worry, but all right. Today, I'm going to go over interlisp. Interlisp.org, and they have put up this thing. It's just like I'm guessing it's on a Linux box, and you VNC into it through the browser. You can download this thing also. And I guess if you don't use it in 30 days, it'll delete the account. And then you can run common Lisp, or you can run interlisp. You can run note cards, and you can run rooms. I want to say note cards is for taking notes. Maybe like kind of like a post-it notes or something, but I haven't messed with that. And then run rooms, I want to say, and I want to run interlisp by default. I want to say rooms is like a desktop, multiple desktops. I want to say even like Windows 3.1-ish. 3.1, 3.0 had a rooms by Xerox, so it's probably the same thing because this is from Xerox. 2, I want to say, Medley Interlisp. Medley, I don't know, I call it Medley because it's been meddling with my time. I just found out about it yesterday, so I don't know too much about this. But I want to say, well, they can do tedit, so maybe I'll open. All right. This right here is called Dwim. And I want to say this dude, maybe his name was Warren Tiedelman or something like that. I have no idea how to spell his last name. But he's the one who invented Dwim, which is kind of like an assistant. And because I'm an interlisp, it expects everything to be in all caps. So right now, if I hit Y, it'll accept it, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to hit N. And this is, I want to say, first off, this Warren Tiedelman dude invented redo and undo, I think. And he invented this assistance. And I want to say he's the first person to do a spell checker. And this is kind of like one of the assistants. And so later on, after messing with assistants, kind of like the Microsoft Paperclip or Wizard Dude or whatever, this is kind of like the text version of that. So if I hit no for N, then it says no. And then now if I type that again, there's the undo button, which I couldn't find at first, but I believe it's page up. And it only works once inside the repl. Inside some of the other screens, it's going to work twice, redo and undo. And I'm guessing that's the undo button because it seems to be that way. And I'm just going to turn my cap locks on. You can change your reader. Like there's a read table up here. And so you could change it to different ones. I'm going to leave it like it is, because I'm more interested, like if I'm going to learn common Lisp straight up, I'm just going to use emacs like normal and Sly or Slime or whatever, but I'll run tedit, and then notice now it's asking me to draw a screen, so maybe I'll just put some notes over here. These are documentation, the primer. The basics has just barely stuff on there, more like an about page almost. Primer has around 200 and something pages, and the manual, which I haven't really gone through, I skimmed through the primer, it's like 780 pages or something. So there's differences. So like that Warren dude, Warren Tiedelman, now all caps is tacky, so I'll turn it off. But Warren, I don't know how to spell his name. Tiedelman is what I'm guessing. I want to say he worked for BBN Lisp. Back then Lisp was all capital probably. Interlisp is not, so maybe that's about the time. Well, up here it is though, but I think they all are maybe. Were they? Yeah. BBN Lisp. The guys that worked over there, some of them moved over to Xerox. And so Xerox had Smalltalk. And this is heavily inspired by, well, I'd say it's heavily inspired, but let's just say it's inspired by Smalltalk. Oh, a scroll bar came up. You have a scroll bar, but I don't have enough information in there yet. So that's one good thing about typing over here, I guess, because I don't think the repl has a scroll bar, which I do not like at all. But perhaps that's something that could be dug through and found, how to turn that on. I just haven't, messed around with that stuff so much. So Smalltalk influenced this, and then this influenced Cedar. And I guess like see them we could even say Cedar Mesa. I want to say the Warren dude, was on the BBN Lisp team maybe, and then he went to Xerox, and then he worked on this also, which I don't know who, but I want to say NLS from Douglas Engelbart was another OS, and at least one of the people who worked on the Cedar team, had worked on NLS or at least used it, if I'm not mistaken. And then, okay, so Cedar influenced Oberon. I don't know if Oberon, I don't know if I'm spelling that correctly, but Oberon was another OS and a language type thing. And that influenced Acme, which Rob Pike made. And Rob Pike also made Sam, another editor. So Acme's the editor and Sam's the editor. And this is on Plan 9. And there's a couple different forks of Plan 9, but let's not get into that. But Acme, you can run this like Plan 9. There's some kind of Plan 9 system you can run on Linux. And it'll give you like a Plan 9 environment. And it'll give you access to Acme and Sam. And so this is, I'll say, like a rinky-dink version of the Oberon editor. And Oberon's a rinky-dink version of the Cedar editor. And I'm just saying that because like in Cedar, you could come over here to this right here, and wherever your cursor is, you could like highlight something. So like if I highlighted something, because my cursor was there, if I come over here and highlight something, I could come over here, and if I had like clicked over here, let's say I clicked over here, and then I highlighted this over here, and then I could shift click over here, and it will paste off that stuff, off this right here. So the scroll bar had interactions built into it. And by the time Acme came around, a lot of that's lost from the scroll bar, but you can do it in some other ways. I want to make a video on that one day too. Acme and Lisp, I guess. And Ed and Lisp. But I don't know like if you can do that. Like if I was to click over here and then come over here and shift click, so it's not doing that. So like a right click, so it's highlighting stuff. And then come back over here. Oh, so I can. So that's cool to know. This is kind of how Cedar's scroll bar works, and that's the only reason I know that. So it's like Xerox. What else did it have? Smalltalk, Cedar, and this interlisp is what we're running on, right? So interlisp, and it's a little bit different than, let's say, like interlisp and maclisp were different. I think the Symbolics teams kind of came from the maclisp area. And that's kind of like West Coast and East Coast. So East Coast being like MIT and West Coast being like Palo Alto and Xerox and the different things that came out of that stuff. And so you'll see a lot of different similarities between these type of systems. Like I didn't even know I could do that. I just learned that because of the way the Cedar worked. I'm just going to put some more stuff in here, let's say. So this Warren Tiedemann dude, what do you do? He did like redo, undo, spell checker. What else did this guy do? He did the assistant. And he's the one that came up with DWIM, do what I mean. And that was the thing earlier. So let's say I'm over here in interlisp, and then I say defun. There is no defun. But if I was to say like defun Joe, and then say Joey, then notice right here it's asking me, do you mean CL defun? If I hit Y, it's going to run this, but what it also do is start learning. So the next time I say defun, then it's going to remember that. It's not going to bug me anymore. And I don't want to do that because I'm trying to learn like some older Lisp, and I don't want to accidentally be typing defun. At least right here it's telling me that that's not a valid thing to type in. And I want to say like interlisp, whenever Common Lisp, or around the time Common Lisp was coming out and everybody was getting together trying to do like like a Common Lisp, take all the stuff from the Lisp, because there's so many of them back then and even now, and turn them into like one Lisp, had a lot less input. I want to say like maybe, Guy Steele? So let me put that on the new line because I'm trying to get down further. guy Steele, you know, he did Scheme, and he worked on Java, and he even did like the Java doc, and he did the Common Lisp, the language, which for a long time was like the spec for Lisp before the real spec came out. And I want to say he did like maybe a paper on evolution of Lisp or something, and so some of that information will come out. And I don't know like a lot of those shortcuts because I've only been messing with this for like 20 hours or something, 24 hours, let's say. But in the repl, if I type some stuff, let's just do something that makes sense. So let's say apple, and I'm just gonna put, maybe we can do a tree like this, and then I'll say like a sauce right here. And then, how's this work? I'm not sure, but I'll play with it for a second. And something else, blah, 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 blah. Over here, if I highlight something, it's going to delete it. So this is a right click. Right click and drag is going to delete that. I don't know how I paste over here. Alt V. So it's pasting something. So it picked up something from somewhere. Don't ask me where. Control U. See, like Control U is putting this over here. But over here, Control U will delete to the front of, deletes the whole line actually. Page up, I think, is undo, so I can get that back. If I was to be right here and hit Control U, it deletes the whole line. Page up to undo. If I'm right here, I can hit Control Alt W. Control Alt W will, yeah. So maybe I didn't have the thing put down, but and then undo. Like only do one of these guys. I want to say Control Alt W deletes where the cursor is to the front, but maybe that there has to be a space there or something. So Control Alt W, if I came right here and hit Control Alt W, now it deletes that. So I don't know, I haven't figured it out. I'm just pushing buttons some of the times. So if there's a space that deletes to the front of the line, I guess if it's on this, it's going to delete the character backwards or something. I don't know. So undo kind of doesn't work. So Control U. So what I have? I had an apple tree and an apple. Well, I'm going to put sauce here, let's say. And so now if I click the cursor right here and then I highlight, all right, now I'm going to hold down Shift and highlight with the left mouse button. And notice it didn't put it where I want. Now, if I drag from here, all right, so what I want to do is drag from there. All right, now if I let go, it's going to come over here. So I'm going to hit page up to undo that, and it undid the wrong thing. So I'm going to try this one more time so I can explain a little better. The cursor's here. What I'm going to do is come over here and shift click to where I want to start. And I want to start here. Now I'm going to right click from here and drag, and it makes a line. And if I let go of the mouse, and then if I let go of the shift key, it pastes that over there. And then if I wanted to get rid of apple and this, so see how the cursor, I don't know how to get out of here, like Control G? Nope. Well, if I would have put my cursor over here first, well, actually I want to delete this dash, let's say. So get over here. Now I'm going to drag this, and then it'll delete that. What else did I learn? I want to say Control A deletes one character back. So it's kind of like backspace. And then you have the delete key, and the delete key will delete forward one word. Now this stuff changes over here. So like Control U didn't work, for instance. And over here, this is the right click's just highlighting stuff. So I want to click here and then highlight this. Then it grabs that whole thing. If I hit a backspace, it didn't delete everything like I wanted. Page up, will that undo that? So here, what you do is you just right drag. Sorry, that's what I just did. Here, you hold down Control and then right drag, and then I let go of my right mouse button, and if I let go of Control key, it'll delete. So things are different. If I come over here now and I want to say well, I have to put my cursor. So my caret, I put my caret, let's say. I don't know what it's called back then. And then now if all right, so now if my cursor's here, can I drag? No. So I left click where I want to start copying maybe, and then right drag this like I did over there. And right now my cursor's right here, which I did not want to do. So page up. Now let's put my cursor down here where I tried to do it a second ago. And then I'm going to start right dragging. See, it's not working. I'm going to hold down shift and click, and it doesn't move my caret when I'm holding shift down. And now that I've clicked, I drag with my right mouse button, let go of the right mouse button, and then let go of shift, and it copies down here. And then right here, I don't know how like the control U don't work, but the backspace key will delete one word at a time. So the repl and this work differently, which is convenient that I can actually copy from over here because I didn't know that. And then let's see. So like I said, this is kind of influenced by Smalltalk. It's an image and everything's running inside it. And a lot of these tools that they put inside interlisp are not messing with Lisp itself. Or maclisp, instead of doing this, they were like using, I don't know what the precursor to emacs was back then, but they were kind of like more command line driven, the type of emacs user saving stuff to a file, let's say, before, this is probably before emacs came out though, possibly, at least early on anyway. And so the maclisp people have a whole different philosophy, so you don't really like mess with like files too much over here. And then if you come over here and just click, you can come over here on Windows and right click, and it'll give you stuff to do. Shrink makes it small. This, it puts as a book. This right here, if I shrink it, it puts as a line. If I right click this, I can hit expand, it'll bring it back. If I right click over here and put expand, it brings it back. If you want to change how big it is, its shape, and then you just redraw how you want your screen to be. Close would close it. Paint would let me start painting in it, which I don't know. And notice a lot of times like these other windows will pop up, but if you just keep the mouse held down and drag around. The other thing that's kind of weird is probably because, see, like right there it did it. But if I just come down, it'll come back. But if I come over here and go like this right here, like notice it doesn't undo it a lot of times. Maybe I can come back, which I didn't know. So if I come back to it, it will. The other way is just to come over here, and then it'll get rid of it by going on the exact same line. And then I can just come over anywhere else and let go, and it'll disappear if I don't want that. And those are called menus, I guess. What else? Bury. We'll try to bury the window, but a lot of times, and then let's say if you middle click the little black bar on some of these windows, like this is how I'd save that file. So I'm just going to put it in plain text file. Let's say I left click, it asks me right here for a name. So I'm just going to say like intro, I don't know what I'll just say .text because I don't know what they expect inside these things. And then I think I'll just type some stuff, blah, 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 and come down here so we can see this right here. Now, it's not there, but if you just come over here and wait for a second, it'll come around. And then, how does this work? Left click, it's going to go down. The higher up you are, the less it scrolls. So see, it's scrolling line by line. If I was to come down here and click, it's going to scroll really far, which you can't see. But down here, it still works. If I right click, it'll go up. And notice it's jumping kind of a lot of the time. Whereas if I come down here and left click, it's going to scroll really far. If I come up here and right click, it's going to scroll like really slow, all the way to where I can get to where it's one line. So it just depends on how far you're down. The right clicks and left clicks will scroll up and down. So how was it? Control. So I'm going to hold down control and let go of that. And then there's some commands I can't use, which I don't even remember what they do because I couldn't use them. So let's say Control T and Control W. These are commands inside interlisp, but of course Control T is going to open a new tab and Control W is going to close my tab. So I don't want to use those right now. Also, because I'm in VNC, there is this clipboard, which I find extremely convenient. So let me come over here and click. And really, like on some things, if you don't like the way interlisp interacts with editing, you can just come over here and type your expressions. And then if I come down here, I hit Alt-V to paste. it's going to paste from the clipboard. And so notice it ran that. And let me also, like this window over here, okay, so it's on the black thing. So you can do this. It's just you got to do it on the black thing. If I come over here on the black thing, I can just move this without having to, and I just kind of want that not to be covered. So you can say like whatever you want, whatever commands exist. So print hi, let's say. And then now if I came over here, both of those things are on the clipboard. So if you can just click this. Well, I can click the clipboard, it'll just make the clipboard go away. But if I click this, then it makes the VNC thing go away. And these are, what else? This is some kind of file manager, but a VNC file manager. I haven't messed with any of this stuff other than the clipboard. I haven't messed with the settings. I guess that will disconnect, so I don't want to hit that one. So it might be, if you don't mind using Notepad, let's say, or if you don't mind using Notepad to do Lisp code, then just type it in here. No matter what, this is a nice place just to keep little things that you want to not have to worry about putting in some other file. And then I could also, let's say, if I was to run emacs, and if I was to start Sly, which I don't need, but I do want my Sly Scratch. I don't know if Sly Scratch would open without Sly opening up. So let me just say Alt X Sly Scratch, let's say. So it's a list file. I don't have to worry about saving. Now Control X1 to make this big. And so now, like if I was to say like, you know, let's say it's like define. So define, and then we could say, let's just do the Joe again, Joe, and then we'll say lambda, and then no arguments, and then we just wanted to say Joey, let's say. And Control A, Alt F, I'm gonna put define Q. And then now I copy that to my clipboard. If I was to come over here, I could just Control A, Control V, and then now if I come over here and Alt V, then now we have Joe. And if I was to call Joe, then now he's saying Joey. So I guess if nothing else, if you didn't care if your screen was smaller, whenever you start this, whatever size your screen is, if you have that, you know, whatever it was, fill to screen or whatever, it's going to be like this, and it won't have the scroll bar down here. But since I opened it up big, it's different. And then now I could come over here and have this. So I could just do all my code over here, and then anytime I want, you know, copy it. And then theoretically I could just leave this open all the time. Put this down here a little bit further, and then just, you know, copy paste, and then hit Alt V to do that. So I find that extremely convenient being inside the VNC if I didn't want to use this right here, let's say. So let's just make that bigger. And then the other thing is, this is the process viewer. And so you could go around and kill stuff. Like, I don't want to kill stuff right now, but I have messed with this when I got stuck. But here, like, I'm guessing this is a backtrace. Some types of backtraces, I don't know, you can break. So I guess you could click somewhere and then break. But hopefully I won't have to mess with that too much, or else I'm messing up a lot. And then if you want to get rid of like this dude right here, let's say, which probably, I don't know what that window was called, or you could open it back up. And maybe you could move these guys around, I don't know. These will just open up a new tab. So if you actually want to see the primer, hit OK. And then it'll open up inside here. And you can see it's 123 pages, let's say. And I want to say the manual was like 700 pages. You know, 800 pages. And the basics, just a little bit of information. Here's my user. If I click on this, actually it's showing my password right there, I think. So maybe you don't want to, like, I haven't created a user, but maybe you wouldn't want to if you don't want other people logging in. So it shows you the ports, the username, and supposedly on their GitHub page, they said you could SFTP, so you can save your stuff and SFTP and get it out. I tried with the guest because I don't have an account, but when I try to SFTP, it's using a public key instead of a password. I don't know if I had an actual user, if that would change or not. But this guest or your name, whatever you create, I think when you SFTP, you have to always use Medley, which maybe I should type over here. Medley's the username. But like I said, it didn't work when it's a guest account. And if that doesn't work, then they told you could SFTP, but they didn't give you the URL you're supposed to try to use to get over there. So even though I chose interlisp, which you can see over here, I can also exit. And then there's a Xerox common lisp. I don't know anything about this, but what I'm going to guess is this is common lisp with a bunch of extensions or some extensions or whatever that Xerox added to it. And then here's common lisp itself. So this would be like a regular common lisp, and I don't know like what version of common lisp, if it's the ANSI standard or the previous one. And then you can come to interlisp and also run the old interpreter. I've been using the old interpreter mostly because I'm more interested, if I'm using the system, what old Lisp look like. Now, if I come over here and let's say it's defun, and it doesn't have to be all caps over here, I don't think. So defun, we'll just call it, let's say Xerox, and then give it no arguments. And then if I was to say like print from, and it should, yeah, so you don't have to hit enter, but it's nice to. The sedit will format stuff a little bit better than just typing on the repl, let's say. So from XCL, let's say. And then I hit the closing parentheses, it'll automatically run. You don't hit enter. So as soon as you close it, it's going to eat it. And then over here, let's create one. And I don't know if defun exists over here. So defun, I'm going to say defun enter. I'm going to put a dash because I don't know if that means something inside here. And then this time I'm going to actually hit enter and say print. I mean, I could come over here and like go like this, but it's just tacky to have to do that. Print from interlisp, let's say. I don't know what version. Could be D, maybe. Oops, I didn't close my quotes. And then over here, notice that defun worked over here. And then if I say defun over here, and we'll say interlisp-t, so I'll just call it enter-t, let's say. I better put interlisp-t or I might not remember. Interlisp-t. And then right here I'll say print from interlisp-t. And of course it doesn't have the dash that I had there, but I guess because I didn't close my quote, it didn't mess that up. And then notice right here it's saying defun is undefined. So this interlisp could have just grabbed a common lisp one, or maybe it actually has defun in it. And this is why I'm most interested in using this one, because now I have to say like, and first off in caps, define q interlisp-t, and then print from interlisp. And I can already tell because it's all cap, I guess. And then as soon as you close, it'll go over there. And then notice it says undefined. Like, so now I can hit that undo because I didn't do it correctly. I have to say interlisp needs to be in quotes. And then I need to go like this. Lambda. And actually, let me, since this one's the one I'm typing in biggest, let me reshape this guy. Actually, let me reshape it like this. Another way you can reshape. Okay, so some of these windows are different. Yeah, like that one. See how I can resize it just by grabbing here? So it's kind of weird because the different stuff. Actually, I don't need the interlisp one. And all I did was start the interlisp, so it's over here. So this one I could actually exit. So I'm going to close this guy. because that's over here. I'm running interlisp over there anyway. I think, like this one said interlisp and the other one said something else. Just said lisp, so maybe that was a different one. Maybe I should have kept that open, but I don't think it is. So here I just say shape. And then let me just make this a little bit bigger because, oh wow, it's really ugly right now. Didn't like me redrawing that. If I say redisplay, will it fix that? Nope. So that's probably as far back as I can go, maybe. So let me redo this. So define Q, and then open this up. So we're going to say interlisp-t again, and then I need to put a lambda. And then I'm going to say print from interlisp-t. Now I did it correctly. So I don't know how from here, because it doesn't understand. Let's see. So right here, if I was to say, I don't even know what the packages are. The packages, I think they show packages over here. So we have IL, which is interlisp. This interlisp and the interlisp-t share the same package. And then common lisp, I think might just be called lisp. And then the XCL. So maybe I can use the common lisp or it's lisp possibly. So I don't know how. Like, let's do this one first because it's going to be confusing. So if I was to say IL and then I call interlisp-t, then notice, even though I'm over here, this one knows. And over here, if I say, I guess that would be XCL. Oh, you know why this one said why this one just said Lisp? Derp, because it was common Lisp. That's funny. So, okay, that makes more sense now. So then if I was to come over here and say Xerox, I guess this is like a error window over. I can hit Control D. Nope, I thought I could. So I'll just close it. That symbol's not exported. Is that why it's asking me that? So if I say yes, it's just going to start correcting my stuff. So I say no because I don't want it to correct it. I'll hit page up to do this again. And that symbol's not exported, let's say. Another thing too is if you're on the repl, then Control X will go to the end of the line. If the form's not closed. Oh, I need to do XLC user maybe? Did it tell me that last time? No. So let me try this again. XCL user I didn't think I had to do 2 before Xerox. Oops. So close that. Page up. Xerox. Still didn't know it. Well, I guess now it's automatically correcting it because I messed up too many times. But maybe I did not. Those aren't exported, so maybe I actually had to. Now if I hit Control X because this form's complete, it'll run that. And then notice I did need that. I don't think I had to have that over here though when I called the interlisp one. So maybe interlisp stuff's automatically exported out. And then once again, we'll try Lisp. So Lisp. And then I don't know what I called that one though. I think I called it interlisp and it wasn't interlisp. It was so it's user interlisp maybe. So no. Interlisp-t, no. Page up. And what's it asking for? CL interlisp. So maybe I could just use CL. And I might have to use Control X. And it was CL user. Or is it just user? An eval user interlisp-t, so no again. And then no again because it's trying to correct that. Page up. and then just use user. Sorry, I should have Control X, and then now it's using the one that I did in Common Lisp. And same thing, I can call all these from all these guys except for this guy. I don't know how to do it over here, which if we did it like this, it was interlisp, let's say, which is actually Common Lisp because I got confused. Then it's saying it's an undefined function because this is before the colons mean packages. And I don't know if there was a way to access packages back then, a different way than using colon. But let's just say the colon didn't exist here, so I have no idea how to grab those guys from the other ones. So all these interlisps and common lisps and stuff are able to access each other's packages except for interlisp-t. And then let's just move this guy. Oops. Move this guy up a little bit. And then I'll get a left click. And then shape it. No, I won't. Yeah, I will, because I want to use this one maybe the most. So maybe I should switch those guys around or something. So what I'm going to do here is just shrink this, because I might need that one if I'm not doing stuff correctly. And then if I thought I could just left click this. Now it's not even letting me click stuff. So enter here. So like it wouldn't let me do stuff there. So I'm gonna move it first. Let's just move this guy over here a little bit away from that other guy. And then I want to also shape it just a little bit bigger. Maybe I could have just shaped it. I don't have to move it. Okay. And then, oh, you know what I could have done the whole time I was doing that? Let's see which package I'm in. But that doesn't make sense either because there's well, I could have typed interlisp, but it's just IL for short. So I guess there's a shortcut. And then you can see a read table. So you can see I'm using old interlisp-t's read table, and that's why I have to do everything in all caps. I want to say I could come over here and just change the read table for this one to common lisp or something, and then I won't have to do everything in all caps. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like this because I'm trying to learn that stuff. And as you can see, I've only been messing with this for a little bit, so the whole video might be me just stumbling around like I've been doing so far already. Oh, you know what else is first thing to know? Well, another thing to know is that little arrow there is an underscore. So like in some of the code in the primer, I think whenever you're making menus, it's using this. It shows this little, I tried all kinds of things trying to figure that out, but it ended up being like the underscore. And the code actually uses those arrows whenever you're trying to make menus, which I'm not going to go over, but maybe I'll just make a baby one towards the end if I remember. So the other thing to note is I have no idea what the star is doing. I don't know. Like, see, it's like, here's that little assistant thing. Do what I mean, saying, you know, like Common Lisp has this, but if I say star and I say hi, it just gives me nil. But if I say like, hi, you are cool, then all it does is give me hi back. And I don't know if this is some form of a weird comment before semicolons or also just in this interlisp maybe. I don't know. So you can say plus 1, 2 like we did earlier. You can say minus 4, 2. And you can say divide whatever. But you can't say times 1, 2. It just gives me the 1 back, and which is kind of weird at first. You're like, man, is this thing not multiplying right? So if you want to actually multiply, you do times 2, 2, let's say, and then that's multiplication. I don't know if you can spell these other guys out, but like I would have said multiply, like when I was first trying to do this, is it multiply, trying all this stuff, and it ends up just being times. So I don't know what these would be called in their mind, I guess. Because it's probably not divide and add. Like add maybe. Let's just say add 2, 4. Yeah, so it's not even add, so who knows? I think add one's a command though, so if I was to say add 1 5, yeah. So I don't know. Weird. What else? Okay, so there's also this fix and there's redo. So if I type redo, it's going to redo the last thing that I typed in. So I'm going to get 5 back. But if I said redo, and notice these numbers over here. If I said redo 37, then it's going to do the 3 divided by 1. And then right here where it says times, if I say, oops, if I say fix, notice there's no parentheses here. I want to say, I don't know if these are just commands, but there's also this thing called lisp. And not to be confused with like the C-Lisp, Common Lisp implementation, but this is called, I want to say it stands for Conversational Lisp. I don't know if I spelled that right, but whatever. And then, like, I haven't saved this in a while, so if I come over here and middle click, and then come over here and put, then I want to say just overwrites the file. No, ask me if I want to, for a file name. Okay, so this C-Lisp equals, actually why this is here. If I just type gibberish, then unfortunately Control X doesn't go to the end of the line. It's going to try to execute that, which I do not like at all. That's like a horrid thing. And then same thing if I come over here and hit Control X and want to go to the end of the line. It's at least it's a symbol that's not giving me an error. So it's only whenever there's an incomplete form that Control X is going to take me to the end. So I think, I don't know if I did the fix or not. So if I say fix, and then let's just do 39, which is the times one up there, then this is actually just going to bring that back down here, and then I can add some stuff in there, let's say. So that's extremely convenient, except there's not a scroll bar here that I can tell, and I don't know how to turn that on. Like how would I tell it? Like middle click doesn't do anything on there, and these are not too useful, I guess, at the moment for that. So I want to say, like, hopefully there's a way to turn that on, because I'd want to put the scroll bar here so you could fix stuff like that. Now, okay, so there's other weird stuff about this thing. And because there's a C-Lisp, this conversational Lisp thing, I don't really know what's doing what. Now, I want to say that interlisp in particular, old Lisps, so let's just say, like, if you ever go grab an old Lisp book, just go find one in the Bit Savers or Archive or something. And then they have these things called, I want to say they were called M expressions or M notation. And this stands for meta notation or meta expressions, but I think that's different. So originally McCarthy 2 of these guys. So originally McCarthy wanted something called M expressions, I want to say. And it's kind of similar to this M notation, I think, but this is an algo-like syntax. And then, what was the dude named? Steve Russell, maybe? So there's another guy. His name might have been Steve Russell. I don't know. So you can say, like, McCarthy gave a paper and then, like, gave a talk on this paper of, like, the ultimate way to express a language in lambda calculus, because he was influenced by, and I think it was even his professor was, man, is it Alonzo Church? And that's where Alonzo Church is where lambda calculus came from. I know I'm like talking about all kinds of stuff, and a lot of people don't like history of stuff, but I trying to remember all this stuff. And all this stuff also, by the way, is being saved in the image. If you save the image, then you could download it and re-upload it if the stuff got downloaded and like deleted in 30 days. And also, if you could ever figure out how to SFTP in there, then you could, transfer that stuff around. You can save the state of this image as a new name, and then you say log out and clean up, and a couple other commands will save the state and then log you out, or just save the state. I'm not really familiar with that stuff because I'm not, I don't have my own username to get back to all this stuff anyway, so I haven't messed with any of that stuff. So I want to say Steve Russell was there, one of McCarthy's students, and he's the one that actually implemented this stuff. And I want to say this guy used to, like, his job was to do like punch cards, and so he hand compiled Lisp, and he's the one that uses like just used the straight up S expressions that were in the paper or whatever. And McCarthy never intended for this to happen. And later on, when he tried to get people to, like, you know, actually try to make M expressions be a thing, nobody was interested in it at all. Everybody loved S expressions by the time that came around. And I want to say this guy was like, his job was to sit here and do all the punch cards, and he was doing all this stuff by hand. And then when Lisp came out, or when he implemented Lisp off McCarthy's paper, this guy automated his job of like doing this stuff. It's real hard to know because the history of this stuff's just so, like, everybody says something different, and it's all mixed up and, you know, stuff. But so what I was trying to say is this M notation is like this car, and, you know, these old Lisp books, you'll see it. What I can't figure out how to do now, this M notation, this isn't what this is. Let me clear that up too. I want to say this is called evalquote. Oh man. So you have evalquote, and maybe this would be apply better, would it be a name? It should have been called apply quote maybe, or something. Or maybe apply mode. And instead it's eval quote mode. And then the normal one is just eval mode. So if you're using Lisp nowadays, you're always going to be in eval mode, right? And so what I don't know, if there's a way to, you know, like in Lisp, you can have a list, and if you back quote it, then you could, like, you know, throw a commas in some places or whatever. So if I was to say like plus, and then me, and then you, then the me is going to be evaluated. But they use, well, everything gets evaluated, but this right here is going to be, you know, evaluated into whatever me means, whether it's a function or a symbol. And I don't know how to do that over here, so I don't know how to do like the car of the cooter of 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say. And then I have to hit an extra back quote to close this to make it run, so it just gives me nil. But if I go like this, then I can actually, you know, get the car or the cooter. And this isn't something that like normal Lisp, like nowadays Lisp, will do. And I actually want to say, like, some old Lisp would let you switch between these two. And I want to say interlisp just let you do them right on the fly. And so that also, you can also interchange these. So if I was to say like times 2, 2, 2, 2, then notice it doesn't care if I'm using these parentheses or square and square brackets. And so maybe you could try to like make it look more like scheme code or something with this. Now the interesting thing about this is if I say car, and then I want to get the cooter of this right here, then notice I'm closing these, but this closing bracket will close all unmatched parentheses up to a square bracket. So I want to say if I was to do this, which I haven't tested yet, but I'm pretty sure if I say car cooter and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, then I have 2 of these guys to close, right? But if I go like this, oh, that's a bad example because it's just going to do what I just did. So what I want to do is go like this, car, and then put this right here, cooter. And like I said, it doesn't matter, but now instead of putting that here, if I do the closing bracket, it's going to match, you know, like, so let's just do one more cooter, let's say, because it'll make more sense. So I'm going to do a cooter and then put a list here. And then I'm just going to use the bracket. See, it jumps all the way back to the bracket, and then now I still need to close a parentheses for it to work. So although up here, I don't know how to like do this, one thing that this eval quote mode does that's kind of interesting is like when you define a function. Okay, so here's another thing real quick. The for So this Clisp, I think this has to do with Clisp also. This isn't built into the Lisp. So like the Lisp running underneath doesn't do this, I don't think. It's kind of like the not do, but a loop, like the common Lisp loop. So if I say for x from 1 to 5, and then I was to say no parentheses, maybe, do print x. Now, I want to say this isn't the Lisp that's doing this. This is this conversational Lisp right here that has this stuff built into it. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like some of the stuff inside here has to do with the GUI environment, the image. All this stuff is all rolled up. And instead of sitting here and manipulating the underlying Lisp, they just put these tools on top of it. I think. I don't know this for sure. What I was trying to say is, when you define a function, like if I was to try to define a function, whenever you define a function, you're not really evaluating the code unless it has this type of code in it, like unless you're like, quoting and unquoting, back quoting and unquoting, whatever it's called. But when you define a function, you're not really doing this. So this is how you would, even though I can't do the car coder thing with this, what you can do is actually define a function. And so, like, I want to say, like, I don't really care. But I want to say in the old days, the code would be more like this. So they'll put those on separate lines, which you don't really do these days. So some of this stuff is going to be on different lines. So first, I want to say, is it substitute? If I say substitute A for B, and then give this, does it matter? Like, if I was just to say BA, whatever, I don't care. Why am I trying to think of stuff? It's substituting these guys, right? So you can try to define a function like this, and we'll just try to say, like, this is the way it might look. Also, note that this isn't the normal way that interlisp people enter code, I don't think, or used to. I don't know how many interlisp people there are these days. They don't really type on the repl like this. I don't want to say they don't, but they have a whole nother way of doing this called using sedit, which I want to say like sedit is called structural edit rather than sexp edit or s-expression edit. But I don't know this for sure. It just seems like I read that somewhere. Structural editor instead of, s-expression editor, but I could be totally wrong about that. So we'll come over here and say define. We just go on the next line, and then we could say like substitute element, because I want to name it something different. And then I'm going to say lambda, would it be like new element, old element, let's say, and give it a list. Oh, well. And I want to say that this would be on separate lines, but later on when you're doing define Q, it would all be on the same line. And I don't know all this stuff for sure. I'm just, I'm kind of making this stuff up as I go based on stuff that I've come across over the years when I wasn't really programming in Lisp, but I was trying to learn it. All right, I got to pay attention here. Let's see. New, and then like I want to say this cond would be on this line too, but I just don't like that. But if I was trying to be true to the nature, and I don't even know this stuff, but I want to say that it would be more like this. It's the way they would type this stuff in. Uh-oh. All right, window froze again. I don't know what's going on here. And then that way, they would line it up like this maybe. Control X can go to the end of the line. Oh, it's not even going to the end of the line. Oh, Control X twice did that, so that's horrible. So Control X didn't take me where I want. When I hit it again, it closed those things. So I guess you got to be careful when using that. I probably shouldn't have like changed all this stuff around because now that it looks funky, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. And so we say equal old list new, and then we want to say like, is this an atom? Atom list. There's not an atom B, like a list B, because there's no normal atom thing, I guess. List, and then would it be, oops, T, and then we'll say cons, and maybe the easiest way is just to do this recursively, and so we'll make an element, let's say. It's gonna suck if all this, type all this and doesn't work. And this is probably why like normal people wouldn't be typing on the repl. And then right here, oh, I think we gotta call substitute one more time. Element, and then we'll say new old again, but now we want to do it on the cutter of the list. And then I want to say that now to close the last two, they put this on another line. And then now if I was to say substitute element A for B, and then just give it the same thing that I did earlier, because that way we know it's doing the same thing as a built-in one. Okay. Now, one way, if I wanted to change that, would be to say like fix 57, let's say. And then now I could come over here and edit this. Now, here's something interesting. It put the brackets there, and I didn't even do those. So it's using brackets here. And then I want to say I just go like this, right click drag, and it deletes all the trash. Okay. Now, the normal way to do, like, to edit that, especially because it's scrolling out the screen and I don't have a scroll bar, is to use df, I want to say. df substitute elm. Oh, look at that define. I didn't even notice it was sitting there. That is so funky to have the and then here it brings up this. Now let's move. No, we could just shape it earlier, right? And then draw it. Notice also that I don't know if it can do this, but in some instances this guy will if I reshape this window, oops, I didn't do it big enough, long enough. Let me just do this one more time. And it looked like it was getting some of this. So see how it's just automatically reshaping the code. So let me shape this one more time because that's just too jacked up. And then it's indenting it its own way, I guess, which is different than the older list. 1.5 is the way like this stuff was defined. By the time this came around, they're not doing it that funky way anymore. So interlisp-t is older than that, and I am in there too. And who knows if this is just using interlisp-t or interlisp-d to be messing with this stuff. If I'm even using interlisp-d, I'm not positive. If that's what the system's called. Or emulating or whatever it's doing. So here's where I would come in here and edit this stuff. So I just come over here and change the stuff to be whatever it's supposed to be, but I don't want to change that. And then when you come over here and close, it just saves it. Now, before I close, notice this prompt window up top. If I drag it there, the black window says close a window. It took a while for it to say something. But if you highlight that, it kind of gives you a description, puts a window on the bottom. This doesn't always work, but if you bury something, especially when I'm always using a half screen, these windows won't, like other windows that pop up, the repl that originally opened like this one, if I had it big, it would be fighting with some of these other windows. But then you tell it to bury, it won't work right away, but later on it'll start working, I think the next time that window opens or something. So if you close the window and then reopen that window, then this one will act properly. Just know when you bury it, the original repl, or sometimes these other repls, it doesn't always bury it, but later on it will start working eventually sometimes. This right here is not in a file per se. This is just in memory. So whatever you're doing right here is pulling this up, that function up, like say in memory, and then put it in there. It's not till you like save your image that this stuff gets written to disk. So it's just all running in memory. So all the stuff is pulling up is just like setting in memory. And this is the way you're supposed to be editing these things. So I close it, it saves it. And then here, right here, editing the function definition of this, and then it returns that. The other thing to note is you can df, I want to say, it's this way. So let's just say atom, and then it brings this up. And so this is for functions. So don't make a dummy function or definition, or I think what people normally do is come over here and then choose lambda. I'm not really sure what in lambda does. And then it comes over here and tells you stuff. So this is the arg list. And then, I don't know, like if I highlight, so like if you click something and then click again, and then click again, it'll keep expanding out. And that's how you'll manipulate more than one thing. The thing I think is the worst thing about this thing is, like, if I delete this, that doesn't delete. Delete key will delete the word, but if I'm after that right there, it'll delete the parentheses too. So if I was to say like lambda x, well, let's just say like n1. And this is kind of strange too, because when I hit space, it's not doing anything, hitting space. I'm going to hit space and then n2, and then the space will show up. I can hit closing parentheses, it just writes over that thing. So I don't have to worry about moving my cursor around. And I really wish I knew how to move around. I'm sure there could be shortcuts to moving around. I just don't, like, I was just clicking buttons to learn the rest of them. And once again, hitting space is doing nothing. So then I could say like plus, I hit underscore, that's why that arrow came up. Plus, space does nothing, but space then 2. And if I hit 2, it puts the 2 there, but if I put the space, it doesn't show it, but the next time I hit 2, it does. Right? So now I'll say like plus n1 space plus n2. And then now that I have this sitting here, and the closing parentheses, notice when I close the parentheses, man, like they got mad at me for, okay, so I can't even go past that parentheses. I just don't like that very much, but I hit the first parentheses, it highlights that, hit the second parentheses, it's just letting you know like what it's closing, so it's kind of convenient. And then if I close this, that function's saved. And then right here you see Adam sitting there now. So if I say Adam 5 and 5, then we get 10 back. Oh, there's ed. And ed doesn't work the same way the other one did. So if I say ed, some fun, let's say, and then close it, it says unbound function. But if I type ed and I want to say it's some fun, do I have to put the parentheses there? Yeah. This way, here's the old way that I did it. But this also lets you do variables. So if you're trying to set a variable this way, then now if I want that to actually be a function, then I could just say like, you know, I don't think it'll work correctly if I don't actually do this. So I actually need to, so delete and then delete. But then now I don't have to go back because it'll delete the closing parentheses if nothing's inside there. So if I was just to say nothing's inside there, and let's just let that return body because I don't care about this function. But that ed will let you, and it's weird because it's not in parentheses, will let you create variables and stuff like that too. And so then if I called some fun, notice I don't think I spelt that right, and that dwim, do what I mean. I don't know if I typed that up here or not. Oh, another thing, you can scroll by, so it's backwards, like so moving your mouse cursor up scrolls it down, and moving it down moves it up. And I don't see it in here, so that dwim, do what I mean. I almost hit Control X, Control S to save. I haven't had this thing crash at all, so I don't know like how important it is. I'm used to always hitting save, but now it's like way more obnoxious to save over here. Notice that I typed this wrong and it still spit this out. So this thing starts learning and starts correcting stuff, even though like I wasn't trying to make it correct anything yet. But notice it told me like I did some fun, and it said, actually you meant to say some fun. So I don't know, like, whether some people like this or not like that. I'm sure some people be against it changing stuff around. I am, especially right now, because I'm trying to learn stuff. So, but I guess something like that's not too big of a deal. And then of course I think I pasted that one example in. Instead of having to do all that funky stuff, it's just define Q is the easiest way so far that I found to create a function on the fly. So if I was just to say like print, testing 1, 2, 3, let's say. And once again, I could just hit this close quote, close it with a right bracket, which I don't really mind parentheses at this point. And so this is the easiest way. And then you can always just say, like, to edit that, I could type fix, but by the time that thing is run, it's just df. I know I'm repeating myself, but yeah, so that brings it up. I don't want to change nothing, so I just hit close, and it resaves it, which, like, I don't know how to close it without resaving it. But I guess it doesn't make a difference. And then, like, I don't think it's very popular to do this, but I tried it and it worked. So what I'm going to try to do here is, like, I'm going to say tedit, right? And this is going to bring up my tedit window, kind of like the one I have above. And then I'm just going to straight up like, so here, let's just, I don't know, just do the dummy function again. I'm not really trying to learn Lisp at the moment inside here. I'm trying to learn the system. If I'm learning Lisp, I'll probably be doing this in Emacs. Notice it's not telling me where my parentheses are closing. It's not indenting any code. So I'm guessing some people probably did this, but I don't think this was the way to do it, because it's not even, they were just using this as an image. And so then I gotta, keep up with my own. Close the print, close the lambda, close the test, close the define Q. And then if I come over here and I say, whoa, so I don't want to close that. Come over here and middle click this, and then go to put plain text. Another thing to notice, because before I forget about it, is you can ls dir. dir works, but ls did not work here. If I was to open this guy up, expand, and then right here, ls and dir will work. So I didn't realize that didn't work in the other one. So I'm going to shrink this back down. So that's something to note. And then pwd. Okay, so I am trying to learn this, and there's ways to do this. Maybe I'll, move this guy, reshape this guy for a minute, just so I have both of these things open, because I don't know the difference between these guys much yet. And then reshape this one more time, because I couldn't see what I wanted to see a minute ago. If I type ls, then, ls. If you see that thing turn black like that, it's because my window's too small. It couldn't put everything in there. So you hit any key. I just always hit space, but you hit any key and it'll scroll down a little bit. But here you should be able to type pwd, yeah. And I guess cd is not going to work in here either. cd ... Yeah. But if I was to come over here, notice I am in home medley il. So if I say cd ... and then type ls, then you see there's like a bash rc and a profile. And then if you want to see a file, it's c. And I'm guessing the c. I don't know if c works over here. Like, c is an unbound variable. So, I mean, that's kind of tacky. So then you could see like what's going on in here. And then I want to say Control D to get out of that. So a lot of times Control D is going to get you out of there. Why is this window keep? Oh, it's asking me where do I want to put it. I didn't save it. I don't know if you noticed that, but it was blinking. I think it's like warning me, hey, it's not saved and you're trying to save it. So I'm just going to call it test file.lisp, let's say. So I don't know how to do this in here. There are Medley commands to get around, and I think con. Yeah. So con's how you can, well, con did me a PWD, but I think con also will let you switch directories and change disks and stuff. But I didn't look up that command because I guess at that point I was an interlisp and I thought I could just use the Linux commands. So, so I don't know if I can cite here how you would see the file either. But, so if I was to say C, oh, you know what? PWD. And then if I say ls, I didn't want my list file to be in here, but I think it matters where you're at. It's where you're going to start writing stuff to. I'm actually in the IL folder. So if I would have cd dot dot, like I didn't switch back. Control D, did that switch me back? No. If I just type cd, will it take me where I want to be? Yeah. So I want to make sure this is in here. And so then if I say like, now notice right here, look, like it put it in the wrong folder. It didn't put it in the IL folder. So I want to say, I have to say like cd, well, where am I at first? Sorry, cd dot dot. And then if I ls in here, I'm not seeing my list file, but maybe because, oh, there, because I didn't hit space. I don't know if I can move or not, but hopefully I can move file.lisp to IL. And I better put ./IL, you think? Yeah. Let's move a command, no. So yeah, I messed up. I don't even know how to do that. So, let me just cd. I'm going to resave this file one more time. I think it was asking, right? So middle click here, go to put plain text, and then it's trying to write in the same place. And I have no idea. Like home has 2 brackets around it. The Medley doesn't. And it doesn't let me move my cursor. Test file.lisp. So can I just go like this? Done. And so now if I ls, then I have my test file in here. So you have to be careful. If you cd somewhere, everything, all your files that you're saving, even if I would have saved this one or whatever, well, this one probably not because it already has a directory of where it's at right here. It's going to put it in there. And I don't even know how like to delete a file, but I won't worry about that at all. The only thing is now you say, now I should be able to come over here because certainly loads a command in the old Lisp. So if I was to say load test, because notice I edited this file, but I never, it's not in memory right now, let's say. In the repl's memory anyway. It's still all running in this image, so I'm guessing it's still, like, this wrote to disk though. I don't even think it wrote to disk yet. You have to actually tell it to, which let me just do what I'm doing first. Load test file.lisp. End of file. Does that mean it loaded it? So now I can call test file. Yes. So it loaded it. Let's see what this one says. Load test file.lisp. And so this one, it's a little bit different. This just says end of file. This says new function definition, end of file. So unless you're trying to learn an older Lisp, you're probably best off using XCL or Lisp. Or if you don't mind using a little bit older Lisp, use this one. But like most of the stuff, I'm just trying to like see like how stuff was back in the day, I guess. And so then also, like, this is the tedit window. So if I close this, now let me call tedit again. Tedit. I don't know how they pronounce these guys. And then if I middle click, I can go get a folder, get a file. So get formatted. I think I did unformatted maybe. And so I'll just say test file.lisp. And then see, it brings it back. So you can sit here and edit these files with tedit. I just don't know, and load them and stuff. I just don't know like how often that's done because the editor itself is not even keeping up with the parentheses. So I'm guessing that it wasn't the normal thing to do. The sedit, I don't know if I can just call sedit by itself. Oh, I can. Oh my goodness, way more stuff. Abort, done, close, undo, redo, find, reverse find, remove, substitute, find gap. I guess I could substitute stuff. Meta shift, so it looks like this thing has a lot of commands I didn't realize about to edit fast. I don't know what none of that stuff means. Extract, inspect. You can inspect stuff, which we haven't bothered doing yet. Attach menu. I don't know how to load a file. So, does that mean I can just start typing in here? No, it won't let me do that either. So right click does a square, highlight it does an underline, and middle click does nothing. Creating menu, please wait. Is that because I did this? Man, I don't know. Attach a command menu. So this looks like it's going to ask me what to eval here. Can I shape this a little bit bigger? For some reason it wouldn't get bigger a minute ago. Some kind of bitmap. Yeah, let me close before I get, because man, sometimes I get stuck in these things I can't get out of. And then I still can't get out of them, so I go over here to this thing and start killing all kinds of stuff. And then after I kill a bunch of stuff, then I can actually close some of the windows. But I don't know how much stuff I killed that I shouldn't have killed. Although I really haven't had a problem where like stuff crash or quit working on me, so it seems pretty stable. I want to say like shift delete also deletes a line, but like I don't know. Like I haven't put my cursor everywhere it can go. And I want to say Control W is to delete a word, actually, but I can't do that inside here. Control D is an interrupt. Maybe, like, I'm not sure. It might be some kind of cancel key. So like let's just say I typed something. I hit Control D. That time, like, I did something and hit Control D. Maybe because the semicolon was there. No, well, see, it acted weird. But the first time I hit Control D, it did this. I hit Control D again. So Control D is, I don't know what to call it. Like, and then you have a Control E, which I think is more like an interrupt. But it also puts that line. But notice, like, these lines are counting. And when it got to 100, I guess because this file loaded, it went to 100. When it goes to 100, it started over. Well, right here it got to 100 and started over too. But I have seen it get to it, like, I don't know why. Maybe because I did some kind of file manipulation that starts over. I've seen this get up to like to 167 at least. But I have no idea because I have seen it like looping back and starting over. But I have seen these things which I thought was tacky when it got like up to like 200 and stuff when I was messing around with this stuff for a while. So it is possible. So Control D will, like, if you're in a debugger or a break, because I think you can break. No, there's like I don't have something to break. Control B brings up an interrupt. So Control B is like your debugger though. So I guess they're calling this an interrupt. I think this is like Control B. And then now if I hit Control E, it's just doing this. If I hit Control D, it closes that window. So Control E is kind of like an interrupt here, but Control D is some type of I want to say like it unwinds the stack back to wherever you were when you hit Control D. I don't know about on this, like the repl, what all these commands are, or like they're doing something different, because you can see Control D and Control E are one of them put a break line, and they're both kind of like a interrupt, but maybe Control D is kind of like a Control C in Linux, or maybe Control E is, but Control D will get you out of menus and stuff too. And if you have a bunch of these menus open, sometimes you can hit Control D and it'll go all the way back, closing them all, and come back. And then sometimes you have to close them one by one, and sometimes it doesn't work at all, and you have to use the right click close thing. So I don't know. So I think Control B is like a breakpoint, probably. That's what I'm gonna claim. And then, actually, I think you can hit Control Backspace. No, was it Alt Backspace? Yeah, so Alt Backspace, I can go back without deleting stuff, but I have no idea how to go back the other way. Nope. Well, what's that doing? It's doing nothing. So if I come over here and Alt back delete, no, that deletes the whole word. So I guess this delete key deletes forward, which I was using Control W to do before, so that's convenient to know. And I don't know if like Shift delete, oh, Shift delete deleted the whole line. I think I said that actually earlier. And Alt delete. See, it's weird. It deleted the cursor, the key behind it, but now it won't do that anymore. So Control U is the one I've been using to get rid of the whole line. I don't know. I've just been pushing buttons. And I guess the mouse, I don't know. I think I kind of covered the mouse stuff, what to do. And then I don't know, like, it's strange because I don't know where all these commands will work at or whatever, but prompt, is that prompt print? So you do like prompt print up here. And then maybe I can inform you of stuff, let's say. And this prints up here. I want to say there was like a clear prompt maybe. Yeah. But now if I say like redo 12, but I can also like prompt print, which is longer. So you might as well just use the other one. But if I just prompt print nothing, it clears that thing also. Which I guess now you could try to make a function. Like, let's just use the df thing, because I haven't been using that. I'm just typing stuff in the repl normally, but prompt, let's just say like prompt talk. And so now we'll tell it, hey, let's go do a lambda thing. And conveniently it opened up over here, maybe because that's where it was last time. And then I'm going to hit delete to get rid of that. And then let's just do an X and a Y. And then come over here. I can hit delete and then hit delete again, because I was inside there rather than outside that quote. And I'm just going to do it my way. Like, I can't even, well, I can't. Like, I want to put this on the next line, but I can't. It won't let me. Enter key wasn't doing anything. So I guess it expects to be able to do all this stuff by itself. So now we'll do a prog one, let's say, to try to, I want to plus X and Y, close the paren, and then like I want to hit enter, but I just can't. And so prompt print. I guess you're just not even supposed to pay attention to that stuff, and it just redo it for you. It'll decide how it restructures all this stuff, which I don't know, you know, like I really don't want that stuff all cap either. You just added, let's say X and Y. And then like right now, I think everything's closed because it's doing it for me. But if not, then I could just go like this and it'll show me. And then if I save this, and it's called prompt talk. So if I close that, it's to save it. Like I wish I could save it without closing it too. Maybe I should try to click on that black menu. Maybe I haven't tried that either. And so now if I like call prompt talk, let's say, I call it prompt add, I guess. Because now I'm going to forget I have to add stuff if I call that later. So you just added X and Y. But notice it says you just added X and Y. I misspelled prompt talk, but it corrected it for me. And then it, added them down here. And then maybe you can, like, I almost, like, it's almost nicer to come over here because then I can just decide how to do my stuff, but I don't know. Let's try another one over here. Lambda, maybe because I can't type very well, I should just use the other thing. And then I'll also say like prog 1 again, and kind of do what I just did. Get that cursor out of the way. Like, I want to get my cursor out of the way, but then you have to use it inside here sometimes. But it's not like being inside emacs for me yet, because I don't know how to get around. I'm not saying, like, hopefully you can. And then I haven't tried to use tab key, but maybe tab key would be better than just hitting space bar so many times. So if I just say you just added N1 and N2, because now we see their numbers. I'm still doing a horrible name though. I just like corrected myself and I'm still doing a horrible name. So it's prompt print. I did spell that correctly. Okay. And then I want to try like seeing if prompt print takes more than one arg. So we'll say N1 out of the quotes. And then this is probably a better way to write this, but just to be tacky, let's try to go like this. N2, oops, N2. And then right here we could say like equal. And then try this. I forgot to hit tabs again and see what happens. And of course we could use a back the back closing square bracket to not have to hit all those parentheses, I guess. And then prompt D. And then yeah, so I have to give this thing numbers, and I should have named it some way that I knew that. So then up here, I guess I forgot a space somewhere. I forgot a space right here, right? So you just added N1 into 5 plus 10 equal 15, and then down here I still get that. So you can do that. And then, well, like, I could go use that S expression editor, right? By using df. Prompt you to edit that, but then I can also just say like fix. If I just type, well, no, I can't just type like fix by itself, can I? I can't, because it's 18 and the last thing I typed was this, but I wonder if, yeah, it does bring that up, cool. But of course I can't do that right now. And then notice it decided, earlier when it opened up the S expression editor, the square brackets were right here and closing right here, and now it did it right here. I wonder, like, all I have to do is put a space right here. But I'm wondering, just to see where those square brackets, it decided to put a square bracket there for some reason. But earlier, no, it didn't delete everything. Get rid of all that stuff. Earlier, when I did the DF one, it was called prompty. Oh, I misspelled it. So I think Control D, yeah, so Control D gets out of that too. So if I hit page up to redo, and then what was the key I had earlier? Like, was it Control backspace or something? Yeah, now notice that there's no square brackets. So I guess it just can decide anytime it wants to do whatever it wants to. So now if I save that by closing, oh yeah, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to see if there was a way to save. Oh, that's the other menu. I guess I could hit done and close. So maybe if I just hit done, and then it edited that for me. Okay, so I can leave that window open. I've just been running around right clicking. I just recently found out about clicking on this black bar with the middle mouse button. Like, yeah, because you can't right click it, it'll try to do the other menu. And so now I'll say like redo 19. That gives me 15 back. And now I have a space after the 5. My cursor disappears because it's like, too bad it doesn't invert. You can't even see the cursor up here. Yeah, I don't even know where it was, but like if I try to, yeah. If I click anywhere in this window, it looks like it just moves it. So this window, no matter where you click it, moves it around. It's kind of strange the way some of this stuff is. But I guess if you use the system for a while, you get used to like the way that stuff works. And then I guess there's some file types. So if you have a file type and it's a .sysout, then that would be like stuff that you saved. Like I can't remember at the moment how you save stuff. There's like a make file maybe. Make file was it? But anyway, like stuff that you see, if you see a sysout whenever you ls, that's something that someone explicitly saved, I want to say. And then if you see one, I think it's called like virtual mem maybe. If you see a virtual mem, then that's a default image that's loaded when you first come in. I want to say it's also, if you type logout, like if I was to type, logout, and I don't want to close the parentheses here because it would do it. And I don't know like what happens if a guest logs out and logs right back in, if all this stuff's still going to be in the state or not. Because I think after 30 minutes, because like it does like go to an idle screen. I don't know why I'm jumping to this stuff, but so like here's the idle screen that'll run if you leave it sitting too long. If I left it sitting a little bit longer, then it'll actually log me out. And I want to say, which I don't know if they know this or not, but you can go here to idle and set timeout. And then if I set it to never, now supposedly it won't do that, but I don't know that I know several times I've been away for more than 30 minutes and this thing just spits out and I lost everything, which, I've just been playing around, so no big deal. But I don't know, like I haven't said never and then ran around for an hour and came back, which I think they set it to timeout in 30 minutes, so it's less resources. So it's probably not good to do that, but I don't know that I can go back and change it to, like, yeah, there's probably a way to set your stuff and, choose display, allowed logins, unlock, lock. I have no idea what any of this stuff does. Authenticate with Unix. Show profile. Some of the stuff I'm just scared. Like here's save VM. Maybe you could just save the VM. Updates to virtual memory. So that might be the .virtual folder file or whatever. I should have, typed this stuff out, I guess. So now it's just gone. So like .sysout was like saved image, but like maybe like explicitly, I think is what they called it, explicitly save image. And then you had what was it? It might even be, this one might actually have a name, which I think it was virtual mem. And then I want to say you have a .tedit files. What I was naming mine as a list file, and I named this one as a text file. So I probably should have named this as a tedit file actually. And then maybe, I don't know if the system automatically knows this stuff or not, because I think I went and grabbed one of these things, right? If I close this and then came back in here and just went to get, then I could go grab that unformatted text. But I don't know, like if I'm supposed to be saving it as formatted, unformatted, old, and all these other ones that I saw. I don't know. And then there's like a FASL file, like normally, but I want to say it was called like dfasl maybe, and lcom. I guess that's just a tedit file, which should be obvious. This is a compiled file, like I guess like a compiled list file actually would be a better thing to say. And these lcoms, I don't know, I've seen these things in a directory, and this is a compiled file also, as far as I know. But I don't know the difference between these two, or if there is ones. Just like whenever you ls stuff, you might see these things when you're digging around. I don't know if there was any other stuff about the files or not. And just to be a person, it saves a lot. So here's the old format. So I don't know like the differences. It would be nice if I saved that list file and said formatted, and then it formatted the list correctly, but I don't think that's what that means. It's probably some like, I forgot to do this again. Well, I'll leave it alone and see if it starts blinking like it was last time though, because I think I saw it do that, but it could have been my imagination. I wonder, like, I probably shouldn't do this, but was it CNDIR to change these guys? But I don't know how to go somewhere. Like, can I do a dot dot? Dot dot's inbound. And PWD, like, I don't even know how to tell it, like, what the PWD is over here. But if I could say PW over here, PWD, does CWD work here? No. So if I was to say, yeah, that would mean I'd have to type this whole thing out, I guess. I don't know, like the shortcuts of, but this like change directory would be how you change your directory, I think. If, like, I don't know, can we just like, maybe that's the way you do it, CNDIR, and then you got to say disk. Not disks in quote, does this need to be in quotes? I don't know, like disk. And then, do I even need to say disk? I don't know. See, it's blinking over here. It did blink it again. So it's letting me know I didn't actually save it. Man, I don't know. Like, it'd be nice if this was like even like, and do I need that other one? Home is an unbound variable. It is lowercase, but I don't think this thing cares about that. And did I type it the same way as the other one? What if I just said like CNDIR, and then how do we do this? The cursor's here. I'm gonna hold down shift, and then maybe copy this dude. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't know how to highlight down here now. I didn't try a middle click. Is it? Yeah, the control click just put it down here. I don't know. Like down here, I think I could do that, you know? If I had something here, then maybe I could come over here and then shift click this. Nope. So I could do those little mouse weird things to come from a file over to the repl, but the repls are just, you know, whoops, I hate when I do that. Can I middle click this thing? Nope. Can I middle click this one? So it just sucks that the repl is such, I'm just going to call it kind of trashy. Does this one have a, like neither one of them have a scroll bar over here? One, I can't scroll bar stuff. Two, like although I can, you know, you can't interact with the text that's already been printed. Of course, this is just all old school stuff, so I can't complain about it much. But if this could do it, and this is all the same thing, why can't this one do it, you know? And why wouldn't you have a scroll bar over here? It's just a different mentality, I guess. Then, to be honest, almost all Lisp repls are just trash. I'm just gonna say that. That's why we use emacs and sly and slime and stuff like that, you know. What is it? Chicken scheme, not chicken scheme, but chess scheme. I think like maybe Cisco might have bought these guys out, or you know, absorbed these dudes or whatever. But chess scheme, man, talk about. I have to log into my BSD machine to show that one, but I don't know if I did that in the past. Has the best repl I've ever seen for just straight up not having to use emacs or anything else. Like all other repls, period, should, you know, take a look at chess scheme and implement that. But I don't know. They're worried about. They're like, we have other stuff to do. Just use emacs. And so maybe sys out. Like I want to say, I'm not going to do this, but well, you know what? Just because I don't care. Just sysout is how I want to say that dot sysout right here, right? So if you say sysout, and then do I just give it a file name and not have to worry about the dot sysout maybe? So if I like sysout test, you know, just call it a interlisp intro, let's say. And then here we go. So now, probably if I say down here where I can do this stuff, ls, oh my god, I'm in the wrong, well, now I'm in VM. Like, where'd this VM come from? Did I tell it to do that? Like, I don't remember telling it that. But here we go. Interlisp. Intro.txt. I don't know what these are. Man, are these like... Okay, so another thing. I want to say, like, this used to be called BBN Lisp, which I put up top up there. But BBN Lisp, I want to say ran on a TOPS 20 machine. And I think, like, is it 10x? 10x, it was like, it was later renamed. And then they have like SDF, which super dimensional fortress or something like that. It used to be the biggest super machine. It was NetBSD cluster, and at some point a Linux cluster, and then switched back to NetBSD again, I think. And then they have a TOPS 20 10x emulator, and they call it TwinX. So if you have an account over at SDF, sdf.org, then you could mess with the system they have over there. I don't know if this is still, because that thing's been around so long. Who knows if they still have. So SDF, of course, is more than likely still around. But I don't know if they still have the TOPS 20 machine. And I want to say BBN Lisp was created on, possibly on a TOPS 20 machine. And then over there, you can log in with your username, whatever, to the TwinX machine. And then you can actually run. And the editor ed, that's where I learned ed. Because like the first time where I learned ed was over here on a SDF TwinX machine, and creating an HTML, like creating a website over there, because the only editor I could find was ed. And that's how I ended up learning ed, which I also want to do one of these days. I'm going to try to do like an Acme and Lisp and an ed and Lisp, because ed's, you know, it's like what Vim's kind of like ed's grandchild or something in some ways. But this right here is what this is coming from. I want to say these are revision numbers. So like this one, man, well, if I like, just like right here, this line, the one at the end is saying it's a revision. So it's the first time I've saved that. So this intro.txt, oh, that's my file over here. So if I was to save that, then see right here, it says 6 now. So it's moved to 6. So this is the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth revision of these files. And that's something that comes from the TOPS 20 machine, I want to say. Of course, everything I say here is just all like, you know, take it with a mountain of salt, because what do I actually know about all this stuff? And then I don't know what happens right now, but this is another command I never tried. I want to say there was another command. I wish I could tab complete, but it was like run medley. I don't know if I should do this. Well, I did save the image though, right? Like what do I care? What am I going to mess up? Let's see. Do I really need any of this stuff? I called it interlisp intro.lisp. It's nice to be able to have multiple repls, especially in different versions of the commands and stuff you got to run. It's kind of like learning that TwinX, running around on that TwinX machine, not knowing anything, just pushing buttons. Because, oh, what do I have to do? I think I have to say like run Medley, maybe, was it? Run Medley. I don't know if I put this in quotes or not, but so far I haven't been putting stuff in quotes, I don't think. Run Medley, and so if I say interlisp intro dot sysout, I think I edited some of this stuff. I should probably resave that thing. How long ago did I do that? Oh, I just did it. Well, then I save this. Like, is my stuff going to disappear? So let me redo 29. Notice it gave me the 2 now, which is like, I don't know if, like, am I wasting space when I do this, or is it just keeping up with the different revisions all the way? Is it doing a difference? Like, I don't know. Like, did I just doubled everything? Run. Is it run Medley again? I keep trying to type this and chicken out every time. So interlisp intro. And do I have to say .sys out or whatever? Oh, it looks like it's wanting to do something. I don't know what's happening. This file saved really fast. Do I hit enter again and see? Oh, now my repl's locked up. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to, like, space this stuff to get out of there. Oh, no. So I have no idea. Control D to get out of that? Yes. And then if I was to say, let me just say redo. Oh, great. Well, it didn't seem to do anything. Fix 33. All right, so my system is jacked. Possibly. Like, can you think? If I type ls, is any of my stuff gone? Yeah, so fix 33 didn't seem to do anything. CRC, I don't know what that means. What I wanted to try was just to see, like, run immediately, and if I just give it gibberish. Oh man, so yeah. Run medley. That's the same thing I type up there. Blah blah. Yeah, so I think that my system is maybe in between states. I don't know. Like, should I not have done that? And then now that I messed up anyway, what if I log out? Does it save my machine and then run back in? Maybe I shouldn't have saved that, but I just want to know, like, as a guest, and I come back in here real quick. If I just like, lost all that stuff too. So let me type ls here, and now I'm in the wrong window though. So I'm in IL. Yeah, all my stuff's gone. No big deal. Kind of what I was trying to avoid though, but gotta learn somehow. An old interlisp. I want to see if this will freak out or not. Okay, it didn't. And so then this guy right here, I'll just put it over here and then reshape it. Oh, this one I don't have to say reshape, right? That's the one I can drag. Maybe I can make it this wide after all and just get rid of this stupid, no, I won't call it a stupid logo, but why is that stuff even bothering me? I guess I'm used to, like, a tiling window manager a lot, and so these overlapping windows. It'd be cool to, like, build a tiling window manager on top of this thing, maybe. Or maybe, like, well, like, some of the stuff I can't get out of here, but some stuff you're doing, if I was running that rooms right here, maybe I could switch desktops. And then this means all my functions are gone though. So how do I do this again? Is define queue. I'm just going to do atom again. And then define queue atom lambda n1 n2, let's say, and then do a plus n1 n2 And I'll just use a back quote for the fun of it. So Atom 1 and 2, that's working. And so I want to say you can also inspect. Is it just Atom? It's so weird not to have to quote some of this stuff. Inspect Atom. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I accidentally closed that. And so can I just drag this one? Yes, I can. So that's all I needed. Name Atom, no bind. plist is nil. Package interlisp. And so that didn't work. So inspect Atom. And then I want to say it's functions with an S. No declaration Atom cannot expect. Like, did I not call it Atom? If I say fix 11, was it just function then? Try Atom. And then functions. It's an unbound variable. Oh well. I thought that's how you were supposed to inspect stuff. Maybe it'll come to me in a little bit. Yeah. Let me do this df first and just see df. Because editing this, and all I want to do is close that to resave it. And then try this inspect one more time. So just try this one more time. 15. Well, 15 is wrong for sure. Was I saying add me the whole time? Yes, I was. Not the whole time. So let me try this, some of this stuff over. Inspect Atom. Wow, that's a horrible name when you have an Atom. I should have just said add me because somehow I've confused myself. So inspect. Atom. Should give me the, but maybe I could inspect this thing. So another thing too, you click on this. Like if I just middle click, come on, if I just middle click, this is a command button you must select, so it tells you. But if I just click this and then middle click it, and then inspect, and then kind of reshape this thing, shape. Oh, that did not shape like I wanted to. Shape. It won't let me reshape that thing. Shape. Can move it around. I guess it's already got everything it needs in there. String char, Atom, displace P. I was hoping that I could actually inspect this more better than this. So let me close. Like over here, can I hit Control D? No, see, like I just put it back here. So that's just throwing it in the back. I was hoping it would give me the name and I could like look at the P list of this thing. It has no P list. Like you'd think if it was a function, it would have. Let me come over to this one. So it is over here, of course, because these two packages are the same. And so if I was to say inspect on this side, Atom functions. Interesting. What if I come over here? I can't highlight nothing. Oh, can I say like Atom? Oh man. Atom like this guy and inspect it? No, because then it would delete it. So if I was just to say it like this, inspect, add that's just going to give me this one. Sorry, I know this is like driving people crazy, but yep, well, I give up. You can't inspect this like this somehow. I just don't know. I was just retyping a lot of that stuff because I was doing add me earlier. I didn't know what I messed up or not. There's other stuff like file list. What's file list do? Like, oh, you know, I lost all my notes. That really sucks. So let's do tedit. I mean, it doesn't suck. It doesn't matter. It's in a video, but so this that I just typed was file list, and I want to say file list is a list of all the stuff that the like user files. Like init file is a user file. I don't know what the new Closs browser is. Web editor. I don't know what the like how do I iterate? So I want to say these are like user files though. And then they have a sys files. So file list is user files. And then there's a sys files maybe. And this is like system files, I want to say. Which, and why does stuff over here disappear? And so since the window's black, you just hit a key. Oops. My stuff came back. I typed sys files. It's kind of obvious what that one is. So come back over here and just hit any button. Do I get a scroll window? So like even here, oh, because it's a repl, I don't get a scroll button. And you can't scroll up and down with the mouse like you can in this file over here, which the mouse is backwards, like I said earlier. And then you also have another one called files. And this is like where you want your stuff, like kind of like, I guess, whenever I was changing directories and the stuff starts going anywhere it wants, this is just like where you want the stuff to go. So, oh, well, not only that, it's like saying files. And so right now, advise and see logout advice. Maybe that's why I think when you do logout, maybe it runs something to do with the files. And here it's showing me the only function that's around Atom, which a minute ago, like I couldn't inspect it. It's telling me it doesn't exist because I don't know how to like tell it to. It's saying where you want the files to go. So I don't know if this is. Want to say where the files? No, I don't, because I want them to be dumped in here. Oh my god, I gotta do this one. My windows are backwards from last time, so it's more confusing. So I think it was asking me where to save them to. But I don't know if that just saved them or not, because I said no. I didn't want it to ask, like, want to say no. I want you just to do that. But if I do that same command again, oops. What was it? I'd rather do that over here just because this knows, like this one at least knows like Linux a little bit better. And maybe it hasn't actually dumped that. So I'll hit yes. File name, okay. I thought it was trying to like, gonna ask me for everything. But I also don't know how to put paths over here either. So file name, it's just gonna be dump or my dump maybe, because I don't know what this file is gonna be. Create the new file, yes, that's what I told you to. And then it's does it, and then Atom, what? Oh great. Yes. File name. I just said my dump, dude. I wonder if it's doing each one separately or something. Oh, and then now it's not even in here. So yeah, I have no idea what I just did. Maybe it just dumped into my image or something, I don't know. And then there's makefile, which I'm gonna do over here too, because it's friendlier. Makefile test. Makefile maybe. Set makefile, not file name. It's not a file name. I don't think it's because it's a dash. Oh, maybe because I put quotes around it. Oh, makefile Atom, is that what it's looking for? Oh, well. Nope. Oh, well, you know, like, I tried. All right. I don't know. Does something, though. And then there's clean up, which I hope this doesn't log me out again. Let's see, my dump. Found compile all functions on my dump 1 instead. Sure. Listing? Yes. That would be nice. Oh my god. Whatever. Redefine? No. So I can't type that there, but con did it, right? That's just showing me my directory. Never mind. Oops. And then here's that. Oh, here's the my dump. Here's this, and here's the S test. I don't know if it was just taking a long time to load that system earlier. And when I, jumped out of there. But it doesn't matter because it's not like I can log out and log back in and reload this stuff. There's other stuff. Let's get away from the file management because I have no idea about any of this stuff. So font set. I want to say this just shows me the default, so it's standard. And then you can say like font set. Oh man, how do I change it back? Because I know I did this before. Font set. I think it was a bigger. Still standard? No, it's bigger now, but did anything get bigger? And then font set. Set huge. And it changed from bigger to huge, I guess. I don't know if that's just a new Windows. Oh yeah, okay, so it isn't. In case my font's been too small for everybody this whole time, which I didn't even think about, then hopefully you can see my stuff now. I'm gonna close this. And then font set bigger maybe. Bugger. And then now if I do this, wonder how tacky it'll be. Just do a comment on this one real quick. That's interesting. So the stuff I type in is big, but the numbers and stuff aren't. I didn't even know you could do a defund like that. Okay, so I guess, what was it, standard? I'm just going to change it back. or else stuff's just gonna go crazy for me every time like the inspector or something opens. Font set, and it was standard to start off with. And then I just want to say inspect. I know I tried to do all this trash earlier, but oh, so here you see that window. Oops, that window is behind this one. So if I shrink this guy, like, did you see that? So, like, I want them to overlap a little bit. So let me expand this. Shrink it, and then go like this, and then expand it. Oh, nope. I thought it was going to fight me, but it's not. Package. Inspect the package, since I don't know how to inspect my own stuff. Oh, now there's a scroll bar on the bottom. I didn't know it did that. It looks like I can drag the scroll bar. Oh yeah, that doesn't work too well though. Oh, probably because it's a right click that drags it. Oh my god. These windows are obnoxious. So you can just hold it. It wasn't that I was dragging it, it's just so you can hold it. So left click. Right click to go left. Left click to go right. Like the way people used to think. I didn't want to move it. I wanted to reshape it. Can I just reshape this guy? Yeah. Man, package Lisp. No, I want to inspect CL, like the IL. I'm in IL. I'm not in CL. I wanted to see if there was like a way for me to just dig through, but it brought up the inspector for common Lisp, which I'm not even using by default, I guess. Package Lisp. Yeah, that didn't. Like, I was wanting to let me. Yeah, see, I don't know what any of that stuff means. Oh, it said something up there. Sets the variable IT to the object inspected in this window. Right. I won't just keep boring you guys with this. Oops. I don't know what snap does. Oh my gosh. Close. I'm not sure what snap did. Just took a little snapshot. Maybe that was a. I wonder if that was a bitmap, and I just took a snapshot. Is that what snap does? Well, it didn't save it somewhere, I don't think. I think that might have been a snapshot, though. Let me try that again. Nope. Oh, here was the snap. So let's just go like this. Now it's like, oh, that's how big you want your snapshot to be, where you want to put it at. And then now if I was to move this guy, oh, I can just grab it and drag it anywhere. It's just like a little dude. So if I right, no, don't close it. Middle click, just drags it too. Well, that's one way to keep up with your repl. Just take a bunch of snapshots, eh? And so here you can say clear, and since I'm in here being goofy, there's paint. Can I resize this thing? Oh my god. Because I took a paint menu, now my stuff changes. Okay, so since I started painting in here, it turned into a different kind of window, I think. Replace, invert, add. So invert just would be like if I had all black, it's going to start doing white. Replace, I guess, will start replacing stuff. I don't know what the difference between that and invert is if you only got two colors. So set size. I want to say, like, let me just make it a little bit bigger. But when I start trying to draw with this, I don't know if it's because like this system's too fast, like the mouse cursor is too fast to what it's used to. I can't even clear this thing. I wonder if I hit quit. Oh, like accidentally had my D key pinned down and just started typing in any random window or something. So now if I come over here, I can clear the screen. Bury. See how it throws it back? Sometimes that doesn't work and you gotta like play with it a whole lot. So if I go back to paint again, and then I want to say like I was saying, I don't know, you have to draw really slow, and I don't know if it's because the system's too fast, the mouse moves too fast maybe, and then, or if it was just always this tacky, because like even if I want to like, the best way I found though is to say set size, make it as big as possible, and set shape. I don't know if I had a different, it mattered what I was doing, but I imagine like vertical, these are just like funky drawing lines. Those are like useless at this point. I mean, for like if you're trying to like draw some picture or something, maybe. But so biggest one, I was trying to do the shape, I guess. I didn't mess with set shade yet, and maybe square. So, like, it's still gonna be skipping if you go too fast, but if you go slow, ish, you could actually like try to do your little like thing everybody do. Here's the cutter, and here's the core, and here's the cutter. Quit, and then clear, and then I just want to say paint one more time because I don't think I ever set the shade. I don't know. Oh yeah, I did. So you can just change it. It's like you can barely draw with the whole black line, so the rest of them probably trash. And then quit, and then close. Okay. And then I don't know, like what else was a redo nines? I did those. You know, like I was doing redo, but you can also do like a redo. And let me say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can say redo by minuses too, which I don't think I said earlier. To go two commands ago, I guess. Like 5 and then 4 is just jumping back. I just use these line numbers, but I guess if you like to count. Is there a help? There was some kind of help too. You never know if like one of these guys has it and the other one doesn't. Oh yeah. So this one has it. I guess if you're just wanting to play the old Lisp, use this. But if you're trying to just investigate interlisp, then use this interlisp rather than interlisp-t, because a lot of stuff doesn't work on the other one. This might have been an old command line version, and then this is the one that comes with the GUI or something. So I guess you could learn stuff in here too. You're typing at ex enter expressions functards. Here's con optional directory, change the directory path stuff. I almost want to say that I should hit Control D to get out of this stuff, and then go to shape. Just make this one bigger for a second to do the command again. So DA. Does any of this stuff work over here? Yeah, so there's the date. I guess DA is short for date then. Dir. So dir's, I guess I'm LSing, but maybe the when you're supposed to be using this dir. Dirnit. Do events. Multiple events. Inputs. I don't know what that stuff is. Fix. That's what I use. Forget. Erase undo information. I don't know. I haven't tried that yet. Name. Don't know what that does. Ender. Show directory listens in abbreviated format. Let's just see dir versus ender. Oh, I guess it's not list format. It's like a list format rather than a straight down list format. Show where a special bound variable PB. So, oh, you know what I never did was like setf me, you. see, now it's just starting to do the common stuff automatically. It's not what I'm trying to do. But it made it special. So PB me at top U. PB me. Yeah, I can do it either way. So strange. So if I say so I don't know, set Q, is that a special variable? I don't know, but there's not a setf. I keep doing that. Old interlisp. I'm in old interlisp. I can't believe it did that for me without me wanting it to. Even when I've been saying no every time. So let's say set Q U me, and then that's PB U. And if I say PB me, can it still be at the top? Yeah. Whatever. I don't know what that means. Unless it means top level. PL show property list of symbol, so I don't have any of those set. PL U, and there's nothing there. And I don't know, like I read that the property list, there's actually like, not for interlisp, but just I was reading somewhere, and like the way you put the property list was like put prop or something, put prop and get prop maybe. So put prop U. I don't know how to do this though. Put prop U. Cal moo maybe. And then if I say PLU, nope, but put prop didn't give me an error. So if I say get prop U cal, do I have to quote this? If it's there, I don't even know. So put prop U cal me get prop. So apparently it does have these. I just don't know how to use this. I was reading some other old Lisp book, but it had nothing to do with interlisp. Sorry, but it's like, is it cal? I don't know how to use this. Show property list PL. Show types. Redo. We did that. Remember. I don't know what remember is doing. Where'd remember go? Execute line without history processing. So if I just wanted to go like this. History changed, buddy. You know, some of the stuff might have to be over here too. So if I was to say, was it +1, 2? Where did I see that at? I don't even see it right now. Oh, great. It's an undefined function. +1, 2. Equal 1, 2? That's fine too, I guess. Nope, it went up forward too. CE, we did that. Print the contents of the file on the string, hiding comments. So I guess C star, and then TY. It's just the same thing. Type. So I can use type like in DOS instead of C, I guess. It's the inet file. Maybe these are the comments. Oh, star is comments. So maybe it's supposed to be 2 stars to make a comment instead of 1. Nope. Oh man. Control D maybe. I think it's because I'm in the wrong interlisp. It's the old one that was doing that, right? So I have to put a space there is what it is. I don't know. But over here, in that file, it looked like they could do that for some reason. Declare, don't copy. Maybe that's what these, maybe this right here is what's messing these stars up. I don't know. It's just a dummy file. All right, let me move this window back to smaller. I accidentally clicked shape, and that's what I was trying to do, but how many times I have accidentally clicked that thing and not done it correctly? Move it to here. I still didn't move it far enough up. Okay. And then, like, if I was to say, like, plus 1, 2, and then I'm going to put page up enter a couple times just so I can go like this. And then you have, like, minus. So this is kind of like redo. So this redoes the last thing. But when you put 2 question marks, then I guess it's indenting your code weird. It's like redo with a strange indentation, I guess. I have no idea why it does that. So there's also, I want to say it's using M. So if I like set Q, so set Q is the way like set Q, me, you, that I was doing earlier. Instead of using set F, it's set Q. And like in slime and all these things, you get all the error, like the warnings when you use set Q without it being def varred first. But there is no def var, which I forgot to cover that. No def var, def var, v. But notice that it's using the CL def var. And I don't know why it started doing this and not asking me if I want to do that now. It may be because I opened up the common Lisp. Because earlier it was asking me this stuff and it's not anymore. So I don't know why, like, all of a sudden it decided to start. Like I said, this dwim just will start, I guess you mess up enough, even if you tell it no, it just starts learning stuff, or maybe I did something that made it start doing that, I don't know. So that's kind of obnoxious in a way. And so if I was to say, like, M, nope. If I was to say, like, just make this macho, let's say, if I hit M, macho, there's some kind of like, maybe this is a C Lisp again. Use MM for M in 11. Now MM. And notice this is like I was wondering earlier if that for do stuff was the C Lisp. I want to say that right there is like C Lisp in action again. I'm not positive. That for is the for is using C Lisp, but I think it is. Like, I'm pretty sure this is using C Lisp. You're just like use MM for M in 11. So that's going back up to here, grabbing that M and putting this, whatever this was set to be over here. And that's why MM does that. I haven't really played with that too much. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of cute. Cool. Kind of cute. Kind of cool. But thinking of set Q. So there's also a set QQ where like set A to be plus 1, 2. And then now A is plus 1, 2. So rather than having to quote that, you got set QQ. And of course, there's probably a set B to be C. And so now if I call B, it's C. But you have to be careful with set. I mean, Common Lisp has this too, so there's no reason I cover this, I guess. But it's probably stuff that a lot of people don't talk about because setf's everything. But if I say set B to be apple, man, I keep putting that cursor there somehow. Now B is still C because set evaluated B, which is actually C, and set C to be apple. So if I say C, C is apple. So that's just like set F, set Q, set QQ, and set F is not inside this interlisp, but at some point it will start just using Common Lisp, even if you don't want it to, I guess. And hopefully, if they're in both of them, it just uses the interlisp one. And then you can pre-print functions, which you can pre-print functions. So, man, I don't even know. I think I just add them in here. Yeah, so if I say pre-print, hopefully I can use this too. Then, if this was some, man, I feel like the text got really big there. I wonder if that's one of those things I changed and it didn't change it all the way back or something. Like for some reason, just this one. Maybe it's just like emphasizing that that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it pre-prints. See, here's a comment. Star, 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 star. Strange. I guess the repl doesn't really like that too much, but you can do this. And then notice it's using these square brackets whenever it wants again. But that's how you can pre-print a function if you had some big old function, I guess you wanted to do, which if I didn't mess up my image earlier, I could probably go over that a little bit better with something I already typed. I just kind of don't want to type all that stuff again right now. And then you can start creating windows. I want to say create W, and then it prompts me. I wonder if this is a window that will start freaking out. Let me do it. Can I do it this way? Yeah. I can still see it. Nope, it didn't. Oh, there it did it. See that? This is what I was talking about. So I want to say bury you, and then it still won't. Like it doesn't care. But now if I shrink this one, and then if I expand this one, I don't know exactly what stops it from doing it. Oh, that's what, nope. Did it for a second. So if I say like, bury this, and then now if I move this one, maybe. Nope. But at some point it will stop. It will actually like stop doing that. So if I shape this one and come over here, and then if I shape it again and come over here. Yeah, so I don't know. Like bury that. So let me move this guy over here. And then shape it. I mean, I don't know at what point it is. It might be that I have to start using it. And then if I move it back over there. There. So maybe it's, you have to do something in the window rather than everything else I did. I don't know. Like, I just know it will stop jacking with you at some point if you do something at some point. Let me just make this a little bit smaller and clear that because I don't really want to be painting in there. This gave me some crazy window object. So I guess I could just close that because it's not too useful to me without having a name, I guess. So I'm going to say set Q, And then maybe we'll just call it test draw. I don't know if it has to have dot window, but it seems like all the documentation they use dot window, so I'm just gonna go with that. And there's there's options you can put. You can put like a region, the width and height. Like right now, I'm moving this around, but I'll go over that stuff in a minute. And then notice this doesn't have a title either. Like these guys have a title. See that little thing right there? It's called a title. I don't know about this one. I guess that's a title, but it has some junk up top because that's what tedit has. Or some, oh, because this is probably where when you save the file. Oops, middle click. So whatever. I don't care. Control D maybe to get out of that. No. Yeah, so I can't click up here anymore. I hope it doesn't start blinking because I didn't save it, but I did Control D out of that. I don't know if I was to say like Control E in there. Just let me see. Put plain text Control E. Control E also did that, but Control D made me fly over here. I don't know if it's going to do that every time. So put, or if that was because it was the last thing I clicked. Yeah, I had to do it to my clicking order probably. So at least this one has a test draw window, right? And so you can add a line, like you can draw on here, I guess. I don't know. So if I also say like draw a line 0, 0, XY, X1, Y1, X2, Y2, and then I want to say this is width, how thick the line will be. And you can use different things. Like invert is one. Invert will like draw a black line, but if I was to draw another line over this, it was also invert. Then the one on top of it, I think is going to draw like white where the two cross over each other, I want to say. So test draw window. And to get around that, you could just use nil right here. And so there's a draw 2. And draw 2 is going to be like wherever this line left off, draw 2 is going to start there. So if I also say draw 2, and then we have a like x2 is 100. So if I was to say draw 2 and start x1 at 100, is that the way this one works? This is a new x value and a new y value maybe. So if I was to say 0 and then come to 5, then the x should come to like, this is 50 here, so 100 is going to be 50 more, let's say. And then this y is going to be 0, so it's going to put it down right here. So this 100 is just going to x to 100. The 0 is placing this down. And last time I did 10, and now it's 5. So this one takes less arguments. And then maybe if I show invert, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because it's going to draw over, and then if I say test draw dot window, then see the little white, like there's black here and white here, so somehow they're like going over each other. So if I was to say like fix, and then if I'm trying nil here instead, hit delete to delete a word, Control X to go to the end and execute that. Stream not open, test draw dot window. Oh, might be because I'm running off the screen, because now my draw would be backwards. So if I was to clear this, and then I was to say like fix 29 maybe, and then fix where's my nil at? It's on line 31. That was my fix. I don't know what happens if I do that, because this is going to call a fix. Should I try it and see? Yeah, so I think it was because I jumped down there. I'll just clear this guy out. And then you can draw circles. So if I was to say like draw circle, I want to say draw a circle. And then this takes a, I want to say like the center of X maybe. Y, and then 5, let's see, if I was to say like 150 might be too high. So if I did 100, 150 would be X, the center in X, and then the center of the Y, and then the radius of how, like how big I want my circle to be. And then it takes, I want to say like vertical, square, and round maybe are the ones I remember. I think there's more, but I just don't know what they are. And so this is the brush. So the vertical is actually like vertical 5 is going to be the width of the brush, I think. And it's a vertical brush. And then whether it's dashing or not, I don't know if that's just a nil and a T or not, though. Let me try it. T, and then the stream, which is what this is. So these are like the stream, kind of like format. You have T and nil or whatever stream you want to print to. This is the test draw is a stream that this draw circle is going to go to, I guess you could say. So like test draw window. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. So if I say fix by itself just to do the last command that I did, and then like I don't know what to type here to make it dashing, but I think that's the command for it to be dashing or not. And so as you can see, my circle, I don't know what happens if I reshape this though, like, or can I even reshape this thing? Because did I set my thing now if I move it? Is it just cut off? Because did I set that? Let me just resize this now. So now this is acting funky. Oh, maybe because it's the other one that can let me do that. The regular interlisp one. So let me just fix this and run that. So I could redo. So yeah, now I have a circle sitting there. Because I used create W, I didn't tell it how big to be. I don't know what happens if I create it, and then start writing to it if I reshape it or not. So, and I don't know how to clear that window through a command either. Like I could clear that prompt up here. And so maybe just, you know, this might be a good example of the show just over here. So what if I was just to say like, draw circle, and then 50, 50, 25. And let's make this one round 5. And nil, because I don't know how to make it dash. Test draw window. And the first thing I want to do is make sure that command works. So Alt V, and it did. So now I'll just copy this line. Let's say Control C and then hit Enter. Control V, Control V, and then we'll say delete. Oops, sorry. I'm used to being in the other window now. So here we'll say square, and then here we'll do the vertical. And then now I can come over here. Well, first let's clear the window just for the sake of it and hit Alt V. And then all my circles are on top of each other. So that wasn't very bright. So we're going to do X. So let's just move these over. And then 50, 125. The next one be 200. And then Alt V. Oh, square. Maybe it square. It's probably giving me an error and I can't even see. So one, you can do this to hide it. But two is if you just click this right here again, then it'll like show you real quick. And right here it's showing vertical. So, whoa, what did I just do? Undo that. So first off, I misspelled square. That's why only one drew, because I misspelled vertical also. Wow. And then clear this. I don't have to clear it because it's just going to draw right on top of it, I think. If I did it again, let's say. And apparently it's pretty good at putting them in the exact same spot or else they'd look different. So here's an example, like you can just leave this window open and just type all your stuff over here. And actually if I was like, you know, move this over here. So like if I move this over here, minimize this and minimize this, I can just type all my code inside here by resizing it. And, you know, perhaps more convenient at times. Or perhaps not, because it's like working in Notepad. And if you're used to using this, and like I was trying to hit the Control U keys and stuff while I was inside there. So I don't know, like the best way to like. What if I was to try to? I think I'll just minimize this for a minute. Hopefully none of the stuff I'm doing is going to matter with that. And maybe I keep forgetting that I can just hit shape and reshape stuff and move it at the same time because I keep moving something and shaping it. So, and then it might be tacky not to be editing either. Like, I don't know where the best place. Probably doing it in some other way, but maybe I'll just for a second actually do what I was talking about. And then this right here, I can reshape it. Wow, that pop-up really messed up my reshape, didn't it? Reshape this guy again. Just so I actually have a little bit of output of my repl, let's say. Although I kind of liked the way it was a minute ago, so I don't have to move so far to hit Alt V. Oh, I'm so goofy right now. Just want to try this real quick. All right, so if I clear this stuff out, then we could try to draw a line again. So draw a line. Let's say 50 and 0, so it's going to be at the bottom, but 50 pixels over. So we're just going to go 50 pixels over 0, and then let's say and then maybe make this like 50 0 and then go 75 55. So 50 0 75 50 and then 5 for the width. And then I think I want to do nil. And then test draw window. Hopefully that's still my window over there. And then if I come over here and hit Alt V, and then maybe I can just copy this and try not to do what I did last time. And so this would be 100 now. Just add 50 to it. And maybe this stuff doesn't matter, so I possibly could line this stuff up. So now if I do 100, we'll come over here and I still want to be on 0, and then I still want my x to be 75 to come back over here with the y, so the x will be here 75 and the y will go up 50, so it's the same. So I want to say it's 100, 0, 100, 0, 75, 55. All right, and so now we're at 75. Now, if I was on invert on the second one, there'd be a little white spot right here. And so I can, now my cursor, so right here I can draw a line to go up, or I could use a draw to because my cursor points right here. So I think either one of these guys would work. Just because I'm already doing draw lines, it's easier to think, in draw lines, because the draw to is different amount of arguments. So now if I say x is 75 and we did 50, so I could say, like, I want to say I could just start at 50. So starting the x at 75 and then starting the y at 50, just to see, because it might be better to do like 48 or something, but I'm not sure. So we can say 50, 75, 100 to make it go up on the y, and we still want it to be 50, so I want to say this is cool. And then, yeah, I guess that's fine looking. Or if that was invert, it doesn't matter. I think we saw the invert cross already, didn't we? And then let's break the format real quick and draw a circle. And circle was CXCYR, let's say. So the x needs to be 75, like the other stuff. And the y would be 125. But unlike the grind area, I think I do need to drop down the circle. So it should be 125, but let's just drop it down 2 pixels. So the head looks connected to the neck, I guess. And then the radius 20, like 50 was what we were doing earlier. It looked kind of big for this dude's head. And then I don't know, like maybe round 5 nil test draw dot window. So then if we go Alt V here, we get a little head there. Now I'm just going to copy this guy again. And actually, these lines were more appropriate, I think. I'm just going to grab the first one. Maybe they're closer to what we need, because I guess the arms will be close to the legs anyway. So how would we do this? So this is a 75 line, right? And this is 50 pixels. So that's like 100 pixels. we kind of want to come up down around here. So if that's like, maybe we'll come down 8 pixels from there. Is that enough? So this is going to be inverted from these guys actually, kind of, because we were drawing this way, and I'm going to draw, I could just use 75 to, you know, draw it this way and draw it this way, but instead I'm going to try to draw it this way and draw it this way. So let's see what happens. So this will be 75. And I didn't bother lining these up, I guess. I don't know why I did it the first time. Well, they're kind of lined up a little bit. The circle's not even close to being lined up. So, it'd be 75. I said, like, go down 8 pixels from 100, so that's 92. And then, 75, 92. And then his arms will go out 50 pixels. And then they will go down to 50 pixels. Oh, that was correct already. And then I'm just going to copy this guy and paste this. And then so 75, 92. Because we're starting here and going here, we're going to start the same place and go here. So the first two should be the same, I think. And then we're going down to 50. So that means just the X needs to change to be 100. Jeez. There we go. And then now, Control Home. We do have keys. Control Shift. Just shifting. So I mean, this is like almost just as convenient, if not more convenient, than working in this repl kind of. Now, of course, just throw all the stuff in emacs would be the easiest way, but then you have to copy and paste everything over in Alt Tab if you have them. So now that we have a stick man there, let's say define, oops, gotta be all caps, define Q. And then we're gonna say, let's just call him draw stick man. And then we have to have the lambda thing here. Lambda, it's kind of like schemish. It's almost like old Lisp is almost like working with scheme. And then all I have to do is close a bracket. No way, because we have these things 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. And so now if I was to run that code, all right, now I can close this because it's getting in my way. You know what? Like, this would be a good time to get the tedit open. Well, I can't save any of this stuff. Never mind. So now I can clear this window. And then we can draw stick man. Oh, I don't tell it where to go. I don't understand. Test draw window. Test draw that window. Oh, no. So luckily this code stays there. And I did test draw dash window. I mean, the thing is, like, if I tell it yes, and then I don't notice that it's correcting stuff for me, just think of how much code you could have accidentally messed up if you're not just exactly like, if I said yes to this, the next time it's just going to do like kind of that little thing where it says it. But if I wasn't really paying attention to it, especially because my window was rolled over, like, I can't imagine how much code that someone like me would mess up. So now can I draw my stick man? And then come back later to your image and have to correct a bunch of code because, well, you know, but if you're using your same image, it probably doesn't matter. because every time you load it up, it's fine. But if you ever, like, you know, opened up your df draw stickman and copied your code, and then you went to another system, then man, so I don't know how I feel about something correcting my code that much. Or yeah, because, well, you know, in your S expressions, if it would actually be okay, I think, because the code in the memory would be fine. So if you came over here, like, I don't think it's going to be what I typed in. It's going to correct it in here in the memory, or else it wouldn't work correctly, I guess. So I guess it doesn't matter in that aspect. I could still just come over here and manipulate this stuff. Like, I could add in how to clear this window. So before this runs, it clears it. But I don't know how to do that yet. Now, you can also do bitmaps, but I haven't looked into that. You can create bitmaps. I guess you could draw bitmaps with the code. And I want to say there was a blit. Is it in the primer? There was a blit, let's say. So Control F, blit. BLT maybe? Here we go, bitblit. So usually that's how you're gonna do animations, I'm thinking. Possibly, I don't know, but this might not work, but usually you're using like a blit when you're animating stuff. So it's kind of like drawing. I don't know, I haven't messed with this yet at all. And I'm guessing this is I don't know. Earlier when I took that screenshot, I think if I would have inspected that screenshot, then let me try that real quick. But anyway, there is a way to work with bitmaps. I just have no idea how to do it. Now if I was to take a screenshot of this, and I have a bitmap, don't I? But if I was to say, like, what was it called? Snap. A snapshot, not a screenshot. So if I was to go like this, right? Oh, that's how big I want it to be. Yeah, it was perfect the way I had it. So now if I was to move this guy, let's say, he fits kind of right here even. Can I inspect this? Oh man, I can't. Middle click, does it do anything? I don't know. Like, I couldn't even get the inspector to work earlier on text. Now I'm trying to do it on a snapshot. So yeah, maybe not. Close that. Like, can I inspect this window at least? No. Don't click, left click. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I don't think that matters. I'll leave the stuff like it is for a minute. Except for now, I probably want this to be bigger. Because I can draw over there. Oh, well, I don't even need this window either. But I might use that again. I don't know if I'll do that again, actually. I was just trying to show an example of that using the clipboard. So then you have font properties, or you have fonts also. So we can say font, oh man, font, so font prop, and then there's a default font. Default font, is it? And then I want to say they use display on this thing. Display. I know there's other options, but I tried to do some other options and I wasn't getting it to work right in this particular one. So it's 10, so it's just nice to know like your default font. The other way I did it though with the bigger, smaller, whatever was like a different command, and it was showing standard. I think that's what it said earlier. And so this just shows the default font size. So I don't know. I just always like to look at, before I mess with anything, look at the default in case I mess something up. So you can say like default font directories. I believe this horrendously long command shows you the different font directories. So they're all in the same folder, but then they also have like display fonts, auto fonts, Adobe fonts. I want to say I've only like gone into display fonts and looked at those. And the one that I wanted to use, I couldn't get it to work. The Xerox one. It has like a Xerox logo. So, man, I wonder if I can LS. Oh, no, I can't. So maybe I need to expand this guy. And then I don't want it here, but there's a lot of fonts. So I actually need to be in this one, do I think? This is sort of nice. I don't have to type that command again if I could copy that line over here. I wonder if I could say like, if I hit enter here or no? Just wondering like, can I redo 86 from IL, but they're in the same thing. 8610. What? Did you just do that for real? So can I do it? Redo 80 and 87? That'll be funny. Thank you. So I was looking at over here, even though this one's not numbered the same, I just went ahead and told it the number over here, and then I was able to pull it over here. So that's cool. Because I want to see if I can LS. Man, like how do I even type this? It'd be nice if I could say like user local. Okay, so maybe I don't have to change my directory. So, man, what was it? So I'm just like it's gone. You know, maybe like a cool way to like keep histories anytime you do something you want to see, just open up a new repl, and then you have your stuff sitting here like 87. I can still do that, I bet. So I can say like redo, or if you want to actually bring it over here, fix 87. Yep. And so now I can say ls user local interlisp Medley fonts display fonts, and it told me like the different ones, but the ones I'm just going to stick with what I did earlier. That did not ls. Fix slash at the end. Okay, so I have to add a slash at the end. So unfortunately, these are in directories also. So C0 was the first one. So let me say fix the last command I did, and C0 slash. And then I don't know, like there's so many fonts. An old English font. And then you have to keep up with what they're named. So like if I want to mess with old English, then it's 10 and 18 are the ones I can use. The one I wanted to do is the Xerox logo. And like if you were going to create a window on the fly, I guess, and you wanted to type something and you knew what you wanted to type inside there, then you can use like string width. Oh, I thought I misspelled that, but I didn't. So like, how many pixels wide? And then you pick the font. So let's say like font create. And right here I have Xerox logo. And then Xerox logo is 48. And so space 48. And then regular. font not found, Xerox log. So if I say fix the last command, and then it's logo, Control X to go to the end of the line and run it, and you can see that how many pixels wide, question mark, this text right here, I would need 504 pixels to display this. So it's just a way, I guess, like programmatically grab how wide something, your font would be. And I want to type fix here. Oh man. So let me go ahead and do Xerox logo. Do I have to just type 48? Do I have to type the rest of that trash? Oh, can I go to the front of the, like, I don't know how to go to the front of the line. Oh yeah, I do. It's called reshape. Now this interlisp window, I can't reshape it. Man, is it gonna, I hope it doesn't mess all this stuff up. So move this a little bit further. Because I want to be able to, great. What was it, control backspace? Was that what I was saying I could do to not delete something? No. Alt backspace? Yes. Oh, the command's up there, what a goofball. Let's see. I'm trying to see that. Like, what was I trying to do? Oops. I need to go to the end. Control X. I want to see that file. Oh. I don't know what I did. Fix. The C command, it didn't work because it was on separate lines. And I have to type all that out again. Fix 94. Oh my god. So fix 87. Nope. And okay, so let's just see if I can do this. User local. Tell you what, I don't want to type that again. So I'm gonna say C user local interlisp medley fonts display fonts / Xerox logo 48. I don't know if I need a slash there, but I wouldn't think so. But I don't know if that's all I need or not, so Alt V. File not found. And then I just home, shift N, control C, and enter control V. And then home, control delete, ls space. And I don't know how to comment this out because I don't think it likes comments here. So that's really obnoxious. I don't know if the star would let me do that or not. Or maybe because I'm in interlisp. Instead of interlisp-t, it'll work. I just don't understand that, you know, like right here, it's treating this as Lisp conversational Lisp. Like, why isn't that a comment? Can't ignore because no such directory, so that means I typed something wrong. User local interlisp medley fonts display fonts. Yeah, okay. That's why it didn't work a minute ago. I don't know how to pronounce that word. So I wonder if the star at that point could be a comment. I don't know. So that's where I finally found the useful to this star comment here, I guess. Man, I mistyped it again. So It's user local interlisp. Medley. I can never pronounce this thing correctly, or what? Medley. So Alt V. Okay, that has to have a slash at the end. No problem. Alt V again. Oh no, like. All right, so we have. Man, am I getting tired or something? User local interlisp. I have user local interlisp. Medley. I should be looking at this one. Fonts. Display fonts. Oh, yeah. Control backspace. Because I'm LSing this. I was trying to see it a minute ago. Okay. So Control E gets out of there too. Yep. Control D or Control E. And then now I really want to start this one, I think. I want to see this. I don't know what's going to happen if I don't reverse those, but might as well check it out. So, oh yeah, this is C0. Wow. Slash. And then here's where the debugger popped up. The debugger, it's possibly that I could just retype it, but I don't know. Can't ls over here either. The Xerox logo. I think I finally got the thing correct. I just don't actually know the name of this file. So Control D. Control D. I guess Control D bookmark stuff, but for some reason, usually it's not doing that. So I actually needed to do that. So I was trying to do that. I should have two repls open, it'd be better, but this is a way to get around stuff, I guess. Oh, I think because I didn't put a space there, it's freaking out. I don't know how to jump to the end of this either. I'm sure there might be a way, but possibly not. Xerox logo 48. I wonder if I could just get rid of 48 there. I have to type all that other stuff out. I don't know. I'm just curious if I can look at that font. But that font's probably a bitmap anyway. I just want to see what it does. So let's try 48 dot mrr-co dot display font. If this don't work, I will stop doing this for the sake of the video. And that could be a 0, maybe. Yeah, it was. So I wonder if I could just feed it this. Oh, that might not understand that, but maybe it does. So if I change this to a C0, I just want to see what happens in this debugger if I Alt V in here. So Control D. Last time we'll try. Come on. Did I lie about that? not really proofreading this very much. All right, I quit. I just wanted to see if I could read that file, but oops. So you can also just like font create, like I did it earlier actually, but I don't know how much use it is without having a window first. So let's go ahead and get a window going. So let's shrink this dude here. Move this up. And then, oh no, I guess I didn't even need to move that. I don't know why I moved that, because I can draw over there maybe. So let's just start a new window for the fonts. So set q test font dot window, and then create nil, and then what's the nil stand for? This would be the region, I think. So you can do like a create region and give it your properties or coordinates and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to pass nil, and then as I create W though, right? I can't move my cursor. So create W nil, and then test font window, because now I actually want to give my window a it's asking me where to put it. I'm like, what happened? Let's just put it over here in case. All right, and then we can start, I guess, like printing to this thing over here. So hold on a second, I'm getting thirsty. All right. So if I say print, I want to say print test, and then you can print to a stream. So test, man, the cursor's always right where I don't want it to be. Was test font, window, test F. That won't work. Control X, test font window. Close this. No. I already did that part. Test font. And I think I just closed the stream, right? Close this. All right, so we get test. And because I use test, I'm in print. So right here, if I say fix, and then I really wanted to use a print C maybe. Control X to execute that, and they'll get rid of the double quotes around that. Oh, wait. Print C is a common lisp. See how I just ran that? So I want to fix this. But at least it's telling me. But this is what I was talking about earlier. If I wasn't paying attention to this and I wrote my code, then it's not going to work correctly. Because I don't want to use the common lisp junk at the moment. So I should be able to fix and then do a print 1 maybe? Oh no. See, it corrected that code. See that? Hey, these up arrows. I don't know how to do those. And this is the old interlisp. This is how I do up arrows, but I don't know how to make that character come out. I know I've accidentally done it when I was hitting Control D a bunch. It started doing like up arrow D. But look right here, we can actually access Common Lisp's package with the unexported function. So basically, those are the two colons. So I have to figure out. I need to write a note about that. Up arrows. Let me just write that down real quick. Grab a piece of paper. Up arrow equal : : I don't know how to do that, but like I said, the underscore, shift, alt, underscore, alt, shift, control, underscore. Sorry, I don't know how to draw that window, but the arrows. So I'm just going to say fix 23 then. Oh my god, fix 23. That was the wrong one. Fix 22. So control U, fix 22. And then change this to a print 1. Control X to go to the end and run. And then now I'm not using Common Lisp. All right. Oh, I think it's kind of weird that it's printing all that in the same line. I mean, it's not weird that print 1 would be doing that, but it's weird when it's printing into the window over here. That it would be doing that. It seems weird anyway. It seems like it would. This window would be on a new line. I don't know. I guess it remembers where the point is, kind of like the draw function did, maybe. Okay, so. Oh, you know what else too, though? Is maybe because if I do the same thing, but maybe if I print like now, maybe I don't have to, if I print a symbol. Oops. So no, I guess a symbol doesn't matter either. So let me clear this. And then if that's the case, then that means I just paged up that time. Test, and then I could say it's probably just faster to do it like this. And that means I could probably do this. Control X to run that. What? Okay, so read this way maybe? That was weird. So if I shape it when it's minimized, then it's not a real window for me to type in. It's not a repl window. Of course, I did it right on the line. Just move that down just a tad. Okay, so make sure I'm in the right directory too, I guess. Can I do a space over here? Yes. So we'll do fix 30, fix 32. Oh, look, now that I pulled that up, it's putting a percent in front of that. So for whatever reason, the interlisp-t is putting a percent sign in front of that thing. Once again, I don't know how to do that in the old interlisp-t either, so I guess I'll switch over to here for a minute so we have a space. Which you notice that it replied with a space, but I just can't see a space over here. So since it was correct, I'm pretty sure it just threw it over here. So now where it said like print 1, so I can say fix 30, let's say. Fix 30. And then I just want to change this to say like font right here. So I'll hit delete. Oops, I need to Control X. And then let's see, where's my space at? Can't tell that 36. So if I say redo 36, it gave me a space. And then I'll say fix 38 and change this to window, let's say. Yes, this is the most obnoxious way to do this, but Control X, test font window, there we go. What else can we do? Then there's DPS fonts. DPS font. And I'm guessing that's short for display font. And so we say font, create. And then that one I kept trying to do a Xerox logo. Xerox logo. And the only thing it had was 48. And then I don't know how to type in these guys, regular. And then test font window. I really should have set queued that, maybe DPS font. Wow, that's not the right command. So not display font. Is it DSP font? If that's the case, display font could still be display font, I guess. Let's see, file not found. Oh, Xerox log. And it automatically did that. Fix 42. I think it corrected it, but it's because I don't have the O right there. Control X. Xerox logo 48. File not found. Xerox, like, course to medium, regular, 0 display. I don't know. So if I say fix 30, yeah, it didn't work. Sometimes you can say undo, but I can't undo. I probably couldn't undo this window anyway, but you can undo the definition of a function. So if I accidentally edited a function and it was wrong, I can undo and it'll go back to the revert, but only if you do it immediately afterwards. So what am I doing wrong here? So fix 43. I'm having a hard time with these fonts. So DSP font create. Xerox logo 48. Regular test font window. Let me try this with a different font, just see. DSP font, create. There's Old English. What is it? 10 and 18, I think, is what I saw. Old English. Let's try 18. Regular. And then now if I say fix 30. Yeah, so let me I don't know how to print a terpre, so maybe if I just say like fix this and then use a print. type a new line? It's like, it's not the format command, so I don't know how to. It seems like print would put me down a new line though. I'm in the interlisp, so I wonder if I can do a terp to there though. Terp test font window. Oops. At this point, yes, just correct my mistakes. And then redo 49. Okay, so I can terp inside there too. And then now you have the old English. I want to say there was a snail I saw in there, but I don't know like what they were. Hopefully it's like a normal font. I can have like a 12 or something. So let's see, fix 47. And I think this new line, like what might be messing up that Xerox one, like if I was to just say like 48 and then try the Xerox logo one more time. Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I was typing something wrong earlier, but sometimes it just messes up and you actually have to retype the whole thing. So now if I was to, what I've been typing, fix 30, I think, fix 30. And notice the Xerox font overwrote, so it's kind of tall, but for some reason it doesn't work in here. I don't know if I have to have a bitmap window, but that's really the font that I was wanting to play with when I like first came over here and did this stuff. So I'm gonna say, let's just change this to 12 because 40 is just so big. Delete, and then snail, and then fix 30 just to see what happens. All right, so that's a font I can deal with. And then I'll also say like where's my terp read? Do I still have it here? I don't. There's a way, I think, to just type part of something. But I don't know how to do it. I want to say there was a way. If I just type part of a command that was already somewhere, then it will do that. I don't know, like, let me just keep going. So, terp test font dot window, and then I'll just say like fix 30, and then print 1. Yeah, okay. So that's fine with print 1 at least. It doesn't put the double quotes even on a long string. Okay, so font profile. Is that a function though? Font profile. It's really obnoxious that all this stuff's not a function, or I guess this could be a variable. And honestly, this is like just a default user's font profile. And then maybe these are the ones I'm allowed to use or something. I don't know if snail's in there or not. Like, I don't know what I could use on there. With the aref, what's inside here? Well, this is the other one, but I wonder if like aref exists inside here. If I was to say aref, gotcha. How does aref work again? Font profile. Sure, why not? Not an array. Oh, aref was a. So is it a get? Get. Gotcha. Font profile. Or member. Did I spell that? Yeah, I think so. Gotcha. Font profile. Yeah. Don't remember how to deal with my A-list, I guess. And then there's like font, other font stuff. Font depends, or font definitions. Don't font defs maybe. I don't know. Is it ASOC? Okay, so if I was to say like, man, what was fix -2 maybe? Nope. So fix -4. Oh, hit the wrong button. How do I delete backwards? Don't know. So I think ASOC should have worked if that list is what I thought it was. I'll just say like ASOC. Oh, the other one worked though. All right, I don't care. And then I guess like I already did the window stuff a little bit, but you can also get properties from those things. And also the region. I don't know like how interesting this is to anyone at this point. But I'll just create a new window, I guess. Oh, because there's buttons. Yeah, you know, like I think I'm just gonna go over this a little bit. Set queue, and then how was I naming these? Test button dot window. And then here, because last time I didn't do it, I can say create W, and then I can either give it like a list. I want to say like a list, but you can also give it like a create. So create, wait, this is the function. So create region, and then I can give it like 25, 300, 150 or something, right? But I can also just put a list. So these things are interchangeable, I think. And then, so if I was to say, I mean, 25 is going to be, 20 pixels here, 5 over here. I don't know how many pixels this is, but let's say like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. So if I was to say like 1,000, who knows where it's going to put this thing? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And then I want to say it's now the width. So Let's just do 500 width. And then the height. There's some room there, so I could probably get away with 700 even. And then if I want to give it a title, just say like window for testing buttons. And that certainly didn't put it somewhere I can see it. I wonder if I can undo that. Set Q undone. So maybe I should put it. Fix this thing. No, I don't want to do that. I want to fix my 68. Is that 68? Alright, so maybe I should not be obnoxious about this. So what if I put it at 20 and 10? Wow. I want to undo that again. And then close this thing. I was only halfway not obnoxious, I guess. So fix 70. And then let's just say like 500 wasn't bad, right? 450. But I certainly got the height totally wrong. So I want to do 300. I was trying to think for a minute about that, but let's not bother. Maybe another day I'll try to get my pixels better. So window properties. So the same way we did font properties, I want to say there's a window prop maybe. And then test button window. You know, like I've been typing down here so long. Let me just shrink this one and not worry about the old school stuff for a minute and get this away from the bottom just in case YouTube pause button or something is covering that. So window prop test button window and then title. So this is going to ask for the title. So right here, window for testing buttons is the same thing as this right here, which means you can, if I just ask for the title and don't give it a, I want to just say, I can say fix here. And then if I add a string here, it'll rename that thing. Yeah. And so that means we could write a function that changes that. But let's try to, let me think. So if we write a function, you find Q, let's say, and then we're going to call it prompt blurt, and try to spit some text out up here from a function, I guess. And then maybe after that, try to make it where you mouse in here, it puts something up here. And when you mouse out of here, it takes it away or something. So first off, got to spell define Q correctly. So we'll say like prompt blurt and then lambda prompt print, was it? And then blurting out like I got Tourette's, let's say Tourette's. Take a tour of someone's ets. Is that how you spell Tourette's? And so prompt blurt. So it blurts it up here to the window, and then this is probably not necessary, but let's just create another function that calls that function. So prompt, I'll just call it button, even though it's not going to be a button. Prompt button. I'm not sure like if these are buttons or something, or just little windows. Lambda. And then I just think I wanted to call prompt blurt, let's say. Blurt legal function call. That's all these things like prompt button lambda then prompt blurt. What did I do? Like define Q right here. It's saying lambda nil prompt blurt. Like I don't know, like so define Q prompt button lambda nil prompt blurt. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm just too tired at this point, but it seems like I typed the same thing. I hit an enter over here and it didn't work. And sometimes it just does weird stuff like this. Of course, there could be a typo I'm just not paying attention to. It might be a better reason to be using the define. Maybe when it did this, if I would have hit that DF and went in there and looked to see if it was doing something weird. I don't know. Like I don't know why it does that sometimes. But this one I didn't put an enter, and this one I put my own enter in there, so it could be like my new line's getting messed up or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing the error that I put, but I just don't see one. And so I want to say to put that over there, we have to use window properties, which I don't know. I find this to be strange. So if I say like window prop, so window prop, and then I just did what should I put the name of that? I should be putting the name of my window over here, probably. Test button dot window. So I should put my title to be window prop test window test button window, and then cursor fn cursor nfn. Man, I better retype that. Cursor nfn. And then the function I want to call, which is the prompt button that I just created. So I want to say with this, I have to type function and then prompt button, and then if I, what's it called? Clear prompt. So now when I went in there, it added that in there. And so now if I don't know. I'm like, I just want to try to inspect again. Inspect. Test button. Window. Finally, that test thing works. Inspect. So output display stream. I wonder if that's like display stream or something. Next W, I don't know what that does. Save. I guess that's no idea. Regular. This might be the area where it's at, maybe. 22PW. I don't know. I saw that quite a few times as a return value when I was typing stuff in, but I don't know what it does. And so right button function's not there. Button event function. The cursor ends calling. This is like the property list. Maybe of the. This is what this might be, I guess. And then, like, I don't know what all the different things are, but it's glad it kind of let me do this. So here's like vertical scroll rigged nil. I wonder if this is a way to turn the vertical scroll on actually of the repl. I'm not going to mess with that right now, but this might be worth like trying to see if there's a way to get, like right now there's no scroll bar in mine either. But if I was to, man, like where would I put that at? I have to figure out how to like set these other properties, because how am I doing this one? Cursor fn function. So maybe I could just pass it a symbol, but then it would be t, like a symbol t. I don't know. This is calling a function to do it, but like if there's a way to maybe just, I don't know. That's just gonna be the way to do that though somehow. And then scroll function though, the title, how thick the border is. You can change the thickness of the borders. Screen. So I wonder, man, how can I inspect this repl? Because I'll try that right now. So right here, if I was to click on this and then set this. See, I don't know what to put in there though. This is potentially a dangerous operation. Left click to confirm, right click to abort. All right, I'll just right click to abort that and try that another day when I'm not doing a video maybe. But what else was in here? So I can inspect this. Package interlisp. But because I was going to go in there and set this globally or something instead of just for this window. I don't know. Like, I'm going to go back and try it though. So I know there's already one, the prompt clear, but maybe like if I'm going there and it does this, rather than using the clear prompt, I could just define Q and then I'm going to call it prompt clear and then lambda, like I don't even know how to pronounce these things. Prompt print nothing. Fix, and that time I at least spelled lambda. If you can't spell lambda, you shouldn't be doing common Lisp or Lisp in general. I can't even correct it correctly. Lambda, Control X to get to the end and run it. And so now if I run, I wish I could use that. Yes, actually, that's what I meant. Prompt clear. I didn't run it though. But I think the plus sign I actually put up there, because that was a star, but not two of them. No, but it would have been nice if you just had it already, I guess. Undoably plus plus. So prompt clear. So that clears that. And then now we just set up the window. Man, I wish I made that. This really should be bigger now that I'm not doing all this other stuff. Just so I'm not losing so much information anymore. Wow. Can I redisplay this? Window has no repaint FN. Okay, so maybe that's why I couldn't do that earlier. So window prop, and then test button dot window cursor in-fn, cursor out-fn, and then function prompt clear. So yeah, so now I can go in and out and turrets around all day long, all capping people. And then you can, like, what was that one? Was there like a left click in that window? Right click? That's one that I think I noticed. So let's just try this real quick. If it don't work, then no worries. So like L clicked lambda, and then we got to do this. And then this is probably where I should just start using that df thing, but whatever. I'm just not going to put the returns in here. Prompt, print, and then like what we do, like, I don't know, what to do. You click the mouse button or something. How do you spell whoop-de-doo? Whoop-de? Whoop-de? Whoop-de-doo? Do it the Lisp way, whoop-de-doo. And just like you pressed the left mouse button, and then close that. So this is going to print to the prompt, but let's say we also want to print to the window over there. So define queue. Hopefully we can do more than one thing in the old define queues without a prog in or something. So let's just say like print L click. L click. I think that can be lowercase because it's a symbol. Like print L click. Although it's probably gonna print it out. Capitalize? I don't know. Let's try it. L click. And then this has to go to the window, which is test button dot window, right? So like that doesn't do anything yet. It's still just doing the old stuff without the window property. So we have to link it. So window prop, test button window, and then it's a button event function, button event FN, which is one of those things we were looking at earlier. And then, man, see, like this button event, I'm calling this function, but that other one, I wonder if there has to be a function to make it scroll. Maybe there's a function. I don't know. Like, how am I going to make that stuff scroll up on the repl? Man, what did I name that thing? Oh, it's right there. L click. I guess that's how, but man, that's a weird looking word. All I saw was like L select or something. all clicked. I'll see like it. I'm like, man, it seems like this thing is really weird looking, but there we go. I think that's closer. We call these functions, we don't put a symbol in front of them. Left clicked. Now here's that 22PW that I was talking about earlier. So now scroll out, it goes away, click, whoop-de-doo, you press on the mouse left button and puts a left click here. And I'd point over there, but it disappears. So at this point, I think I'm getting tired. But, oh, you know what, before I do anything else, like this button, like this test button window, I'll close it. And, like, I don't know how to find it. I'm pretty sure, like, I don't think I went over this clause browser either. But then you can come over here, IL, where I'm doing my stuff in. And then, like, I don't know what to look for. Because I don't have any classes, but, like, I don't know if I can say, like, prompt clear in here. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know how to use this correctly, but let me close that. I'll do it one more time before I forgot to do this too. But if I was to come over here and then, like, everything's part of the T class in Common Lisp. Thanks for putting it up there. Move. And so this kind of lets you come around and like look at stuff. So I don't know. Standard class, how to scroll this window around either. Like how to shrink these things or close these things. But you can come over here and like check these things out. Edit, inspect. And then source. Like, I don't know, but if I was to inspect this, don't like that. But you can run around here. Like I couldn't get the like, I don't know how to use this, but just so people know. Like I want to do that for my own like functions and areas, but maybe I'd create my own package maybe. I was trying to say something. Oh yeah, because I closed that window. The test button window, I think. Since I closed that, you can use Open W to get your windows back that are closed. Which I don't know. Took me like I didn't know that for a long time, and it's just like, where's my stuff? And I was having to like set queue them again and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Oh, and then I mean, there's the open windows. I don't know if there's a closed windows actually would be more useful. I haven't tried that, but there is the open windows, I think. Windows maybe? Yeah. The names are horrible. Like you have to use the objects, I guess. But what would be nice if it showed you like closed windows. Yeah, but of course they don't have that there for me. And then there's like menus, but I don't think I really got into the like how to use the menus maybe. I think it didn't work when I tried like set queue. And then I stopped like looking into stuff. Like I still want to mess with menus maybe if I keep messing with this or not. Like sometimes I'll come across stuff and then I don't mess with it for years again. So that's why I decided to go ahead and do a video, I guess. And then if I say like give it a title, I think select, I'll just say meal. And then I think you have to pass it items. But it wasn't working. I couldn't figure out if it was one of these like little bugs on the burger and fries. Oh, you know why? I'm pretty sure I know why it wasn't working. Yeah, it freaks out because the menus are where you have to use this arrow key, and that's where I quit messing with that. Man, I don't know the format to create the menu. Where does it go? It goes before the list, maybe. Oh, great. Fix 98. No, it's hard to read some of these characters. I think it goes right here. It goes somewhere around here. Is this where my underscore went? Oh man, come on. Control X? Nope. Try to fix the last thing. And it could be items. This is just like, this is kind of where I stopped messing with some of this stuff. And then I figured it out. I don't remember where it was. So at some point, maybe I'm doing something else wrong though. So I create a menu. Let's give it a title, select mail. And try one more thing. I want to say it went over here, but I don't remember the format of this. Because in all the pictures, it was giving me this arrow. And that was in the primer too. So, like, color primer, and then Control F. What is it? Create menu? Oh, so the title needs one too, maybe. So see these arrows? I'm like, man, what do these stupid arrows mean? So title, and it does need that quote there. Oh, I'll just try this real quick, and if it don't work, I don't really care. I just want to see. Wait. Just make sure it's, yeah, from the list to the items, like I had it. So from the list that needs to be quoted to this. So underscore, put that stupid arrow there. Child, I had no idea. There we go. Now what happens? Sometimes it brings stuff up and you just can't see it. So let me just shrink it real quick. No. Expand it real quick. Like, where's my menu at? Who knows where it's at? It could be anywhere. It might not even came up. Let me try one more time like this. No, I'm not seeing it. So I'm probably doing something wrong. But if I end up doing another video, I'll try to cover menus and making them do stuff. Like the menus right here, basically, I think is what it's going to create. And maybe mess with the bitmaps. I don't know if... there is something else you can do, which is make sounds, but I really don't. The only one I know that exists is the ring bells. So close a parentheses, it'll ring a bell for you, but I don't know how loud it'll be. And I don't know. Like just goofy sounds. I don't know if, well, just, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how loud it'll be. So I won't bother compared to my, like how the mic works versus the system's thing or whatever. I'm not going to do it. And I don't know what the other sounds are. And then I just really going to try this because Inspector worked a minute ago. So let me try to do one of the things kind of like I was trying to do earlier. So let's just make a function called inspect me. And then we need to do the lambda deal. Lambda, let's just say XY. I'm not going to put any enters in it this time. Maybe prog2, paren1. Just say adding stuff. And then let's do just a plus xy. And then close this thing up. And then spec me, inspect. Spec me. I wonder if it takes the old sharp, sharp quote. Did I try that earlier? Oh my god, that's all it was. So, don't know what all that stuff means. Oh, that's probably asking what I want to. And then, this is why I was saying earlier, who knows where that thing was putting that? It could have been making a menu, I just can't see it. Because I get through that over there. Where's that menu at? Fix 103. Just one more time. Nope, I don't see a menu nowhere still. And then let's reshape this thing. So this one does have extra stuff in there. Because what I was trying to do earlier, I wish I could do this with that little clause browser thing or whatever, like a function browser. But I don't know if I ever covered this either. Man. Let's see. Let me just do this real quick before I forget. I think I covered it a little bit, but what's the thing I just did? Inspect me. So over here, let me get this out of the way too. So if I click here, and then if I click here, let's say, if I click, and then it doesn't matter, but if I double click somewhere, double click, and then if I double click, so every time you click, it goes a little further. So click again, double click. Once you get the line, past this. So what I usually do is double click and then click again. And now if I click and click, it'll keep going out. And I don't know if I was showing this. So let's say I want to move this over here. I know I covered this a little bit, but I don't know if I talked about moving this stuff around. So I want to hold shift and then this. And then if I let go of the shift key, it copied that over there. And then I could come over here and hit the delete key to get rid of that. That's how you would move stuff around. The only thing that's the worst part is you can't get rid of these outer parens, which messes up if you're trying to paste stuff in from over here, unless you take the outer parens around, away from this. So if you had defund, whatever, blah, 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 close. Well, let's just do it like this. Blah, 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 like this. Before you paste it, you'd want to go like this. Now come over here and hit Alt V. Or else you can't get it all. So if I was just to come over here, I don't know if you can delete like this or not. But you can always just, I think is it right clicking in here? Wow, I just moved stuff around. Can I really do that? Yeah, I don't know what's going on now. I'm just right dragging stuff around. But if I delete, and then hit Alt V, then that's how you could get your function inside here. Else, it's going to have too many parens inside here. Can I undo that? Not enough of it, apparently. Oh, here's the undo that does more and more stuff. So inside there, that undo button actually works a little bit better. I want to say inside tedit that the undo button just if I have this, and then, well, maybe because I didn't type enough stuff in there, but what's my undo button do here? It just toggles undo redo. And then in your repl, all it does is give you the last thing you did, nothing else. But over here, it actually undoes some stuff, so pretty sure now for sure that page up is undo. But I just wanted to point that out, like moving this stuff around and clicking, because I don't know if I covered that at all. Just, I find double click and then click, because it's really a triple click. But sometimes the triple clicks don't work correctly. And so if you just double click and then click, and then click, and then click out as far as you want to go or whatever, to be able to move stuff around like that with the shift key, which I just showed. So I don't want to close that because I'm not paying attention if I mess it up. And I was trying to talk about something. Oh, it's the inspector. So let me close this. And then, where was this at? Let me just shrink this. No, that is inspector, is where I want to be. Okay, so another thing too is be careful right clicking and letting go without getting out of here. Because sometimes I'll like right click on accident or whatever, and I don't get out of there, and then I click the wrong thing. I guess you can send stuff to a printer or to a file with hard copy. I haven't tried to like see what this does, like what kind of file it creates. But what I wanted to do, what I was inspecting earlier was, wow, why is it clicking so much? I don't want to click everything. Do I have to click everything? Like, I want to inspect this again. And then click here. Wow. See, it's acting funky again. Like, I only want to inspect this little piece right here. Can I middle click this dude? Yeah, I must select an item, but you're selecting everything. So let me close this just to see if it was some goofy thing I was doing earlier. Just get out of my way. Control U and how did I do that? So inspect. Inspect me. Pretty sure I was using this on this before. What I want to do is just, nope. So inspect. And then maybe inspect. So I'm just trying to get to the stupid plus function. There we go. Now, this is what I was trying to do a long time ago. Now notice it says inspect code. I guess there's macros and other stuff, I don't know, but inspect code. And then here you actually get the, look, it's doing it again. You get the assembly, which, if you notice, looks quite a bit different than like x86 assembly, you know? I mean, jump spelled out and copy spelled out, FN, but this is, you know, what it's compiled to. So a lot different than like your, you know, common Lisp or your SPCL code or something. Anyway, I think that's all I want to go over today. And Robert.